Good afternoon, good morning, good night, good anytime you are. Dalu, my brother, how you doing, guys? Today, like yesterday, the two people that want freedom in their life is what we're dealing with today. People that want to determine their own future, people that want to do their own thing their way, people that want to run their own affairs, people that doesn't want to be underneath the table for another man ever again. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do today. Today, the house is on fire because the people I have here today are different kind of people, different breed of people. 1 second, please. Yeah, 1 second, please. Yeah, yeah. It's a different kind of breed of people I have here today. They are here to tear everything apart and relay the foundation. Because the foundation we have before was a crap foundation. We don't actually have a foundation. So these guys are going to show us how we're going to put the foundation properly and things is going to work well for every one of us. I'm going to show you my panel. You will be surprised unless you've seen the flyer before. Here they are. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start revealing people bit by bit according to how they actually line up. The first man I want to talk to is the one right in the middle. I'm not going to introduce anybody. I'm going to let everybody open their mouth and say what they think their name is. Okay, this is the man I want to introduce first. Can we know you better, sir? Your audio is not there. We can't hear you. What you need to do for me is that disconnect and reconnect again. Disconnect and reconnect again. So I'm going to go to another gentleman quickly. And could you introduce yourself to us, please? Simon.
Yes, this is Simon Ekpa, one of the Biafra agitator, and I based in Europe.
Thank you very much. Simon Ekpa is based in Europe. I'm going to go straight to one of the people I have here who are the regulars. I call them the regulars because they're regular. I'm going to go for this one first.
Yes, hi guys. Good evening. My name is Frank Bello. As you know, I'm one of the devil's advocate in Ududua Republic, and I can't wait to see Ududua Republic realized, and we get our country, Ududua Republic. I'm here to present the case for Ududua Republic. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the next man. I'm gonna go back to my man again. Okay, I think he's back now. Okay, let's hear from you now because I can hear you in the background. Yeah. No, I didn't hear that. Can you hear me? Okay, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put everybody else on silence for now, and I'm gonna deal with him while we do this to make it sure it's better. You might be hearing some few things in the background. Don't worry about it. But I want to bring this my brother on board. Okay. You know what you're gonna do for me? You're gonna come out again. You're gonna go in. Actually, restart the phone. Restart. Yeah. When you restart it, make sure you authorize your camera and your microphone, and I will come back to you in a minute. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Okay. While he's doing that one, I'm gonna go for this man here, who is Fatai. Can you introduce yourself to us, please? Yeah.
Yes, my name is Fatai Ogoribido. I'm a journalist by profession and a regular on this program.
Okay, a regular on the program. He call himself. Maybe because they haven't voted you out before. That's why you call yourself.
Well,
If these guys decide to vote you out, you won't call yourself a regular on this program. Let me go back to my brother again. Can you say something now? And let's see. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna take it off them, and I'm gonna call you to talk to you. Let me give it to uh, Simon to start giving us a brief about. No, let me start with Frank so that Simon can understand us a little bit. So, Frank, you go first so that Simon can understand, and after you is gonna be Simon. Thank you very much.
Right. I think Frank's been agitating so passionately for the Oduduwa Republic, and I am not going to stop just in as much as Simon Ekpa been campaigning ruthlessly for the realization of the Biafra Republic. Now, I see Nigeria as a contraption. I see Nigeria as a fraud. I see Nigeria as a nation that expired. Many years ago after the illegal amalgamation of the rich southern wife with the poor northern husband. Now, the people running that country at the moment, they've got nothing to offer. We've seen a situation whereby a country that was progressing, that was assumed to be a super league in a few couple of years since independence, suddenly became a backward 10th world, not even third world, 10th world order, to the extent that everything in that country is completely collapsed. Nigeria has collapsed. Nigeria is not going to make it. The best option and the best solution for each and every region, Biafra, Ududua, if they want to keep Arewa, the cow that, well, Arewa is a cow when you look at it in the map. If they want to keep it as in Nigeria, that is up to them. But as for me, I think Oduduwa Republic is what I want. I've destroyed their passport in fire. I'm not interested in Nigeria. I've made my point clear. I've presented my case time after time, particularly after Oduduwa Republic. So be it. I want to see Oduduwa Republic realized. I'm not too sure if Mr. Thomas, the moderator, is okay with that, or maybe I should hand over to Simon Eppa to have his own say as well.
It's okay. Let Simon Ekpa has his own say, please.
Yes, thank you very much. One moment. This is my first time in this program, and I really appreciate it because this is part of the awareness. Creating awareness is one of the biggest tool and one of the biggest weapon. And that part we have chosen to take to make sure we orientate our people, to make sure we inform our people, to make sure that our people know the impending danger of continue being a Nigerian. We want our people to know that Nigeria is not working again. We want our people to know that Nigeria will never ever work again. And this evening, I am going to highlight a lot of issues, factual based issues that will justify this claim, that will justify this kind of thinking, that will justify everything I am going to say and everything I have said so far, that Nigeria can never work again. And what I want to make clear this evening in this program is that when we are agitating for Biafra, we are not just agitating to get freedom for the Biafra people alone. We are agitating for a peaceful coexistence of the region, the entire West Africa region, and by extension to Africa continent. Now, when we are agitating for Biafra, agitating for freedom, we are also agitating to end the impending danger that is to come to the West. We are also agitating to end the impending danger that is about to befall the United States of America. And this evening, I am going to let the world know, let everyone know from which context I am making this claim. So, I am a Biafran. I have been a diehard One Nigeria. And I must say that after many years of hoping, I have come to realize that those who are hoping on Nigeria will go to their grave and still hoping. Nigeria can never walk again. And it is time everybody comes together. After listening to numerous agitators and their reasons for agitating for freedom, people should start to think.
So
I
thank
stop
you.
it here
Thank you
for
very
now.
much for that. So I have my brother back. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna have to find a way around this little issue of him not hearing us. Maybe I'm gonna find this way. I might have to use this technology. Will always work, no matter what you know, especially if you know your technology. If it doesn't work in one way, it will work in another way. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call him, and then we're gonna use the phone as the audio. So let me call him quickly, and then we take it from there. Hello. I think it's better like this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can. We can hear you, but it's actually echoing back to us. So if I do that, okay. Mute the microphone. No. We're trying to work it out. We have to work it out in one way or the other. It has to work tonight. No matter what happens, we're getting this program done. And nobody can stop us. Because we know what we want and we know how to get it. No matter what happens, this program is gonna work, yeah? I can hear you. It's still echoing.
Is it an iPhone or is it an iPhone or?
Do you want to use your phone instead of the laptop?
I think his speaker is mute from the laptop.
No, his speaker is not mute. It's just not coming through. I'll send you another link. Disconnect that one. I'll send you another one. Yeah. I'll send you another link. This is going to work today. No matter what happens, this must work today because we have something.
You see.
Okay. Let's disconnect it. Okay, let's send him another link now. Sorry, guys. Okay. Can I tell you one thing? The good thing is that everybody wants to hear us united. And we're united, we stand. And nobody is going to stop this any longer. Thank you very much for that. So,
no, the speaker is not mute. It's just not coming through. I'll send you another link.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Fatai Okurubido, who's going to give us his own opening speech. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Nice to see you again tonight. Yes, as I said earlier, my name is Fatai, and I actually believe a contraption initially, that is Nigeria. The hope I had in that country was that it would be a country so united in one purpose, one vision, one mission, one objectives. But over the years, I've just come to realize that 60 years of independence, nothing is being offered the nation. The nation is in the hands of a group, or let me say the spell of a group of gangsters who have taken it over as their property, and taking it over as their property, dealing with citizens, most especially from the southern part, as if they are slaves. I think if we look back to 60 years of independence, as sayings normally go in my language that, or as we express in English language, that a fool at 40 is a fool forever. When we are having 60 years of independence and nothing to show for it. Now, tell me the reason why we have to move on from here. So, and we know the assets, we know all the, things that we have that has made us and that has taken us to the level that we have now, most especially the education that we have. Many of us are professionals. And when I'm saying this, I'm talking about the southern part of the country. We've held that nation in high esteem. We try our best to make sure that we put all our best in to make Nigeria what it is today. But what have we seen? One of the richest nations of the world. People are living under poverty line, and there's nothing that Nigeria can offer. So I share the views of both Frank and my other brother. And please, we have to call it a day. The doom that is coming to the south, it's unimaginable. And our people actually sensitive about this. This program is just to allow people to understand that danger is looming, and we have to be realistic about Nigeria. Some people have taken us as gangsters. Running a fraudulent and trying to impoverish the entire nation, 200 million people, the system, different cultures, different religions, sort of mindset. I think it's now come for us to come, just to the table and get ourselves capable. So for now, let me just stop there. Nigeria is a failure and we cannot continue. By opinion.
Thank you very much for that. What we're going to do tonight is actually educate people about the problem and why Nigeria cannot work and why it is better to work together with everybody to go their own way. Amicable divorce, whether they want it or they don't want it. We have to give it a divorce because it has to happen. I'm going to give it to Simon Ekpe because it's not going to be here with us for a long time. So we want to use the opportunity, the golden opportunity that these brothers of ours gave us today, because no matter what happens, when the Oduduwa nation goes and the Biafran goes, we two are still going to be working together because we know what we want. We have something to live for. We have something to inspire us to move on. Some people don't have anything to live for, so they want to do or die with Nigeria because they rely on other people's work to feed themselves. Simon, I'm going to give it to you. You're going to have to educate our people on why it is better for everybody to go their own way. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I must say again, once more, I really appreciate the fact that I am part of this program. First of all, I want to tell people, those watching now and those will watch this program after today, when we about Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians who are somewhere today in diaspora left Nigeria because the country, they left Nigeria to look for a greener patch somewhere else. And I have come to realize that Nigeria that left Nigeria to outside country, where anywhere you find yourself, whether in the United Kingdom or in European Union, anywhere you find yourself, you see yourself doing exceptionally well. Exceptionally well. Now, what is the problem in Nigeria? What the problem we have in Nigeria is that we are having a system of governance that is not working. We are having people who do not understand what democracy is. We have people in power who do not understand and have value for human life. We have people in power in Nigeria who don't value the dignity of human life. And every law, every constitution of any country have the respect of the rule of law and the respect to human life and the respect to human dignity as the primary purpose of any government that must operate under that constitution. Be it Roman Catholic, or be it Roman country, be it Islamic country, the law of the land have what we called the purpose of that particular constitution. And the purpose is to secure, the primary purpose is to secure the life and property of its citizens. Nigeria, as we see today, has failed woefully in that aspect. Apart from the fact that Nigeria has failed, they didn't fail today. Nigeria has been failing since 1954. From 1954 till today, Nigeria has continued to fail. And you have a certain group, 1% of Nigeria population, controlling and enacting these stupid laws, controlling the country and leading the country into oblivion. Today, Nigeria has become the poverty capital of the world. Upon all the natural resources in Nigeria, it has become the poverty capital of the world for only one good reason. The reason is because of Fulani domination. The reason, under the Fulani domination, that is where you have corruption. That's the beginning of corruption. Why do I say this? I say this because the constitution of Nigeria today is a fraud. How can you continue to operate under a fraudulent constitution and you expect the country to prosper? Because that is the reason why I started with constitution, which must respect the dignity of life of human beings. The constitution of Nigeria is a fraud. It is a fraud in the sense that you are operating several constitutions in a federative system. In the northern Nigeria, you have a different constitution. In the southern Nigeria, you have the constitution that is fraud. And anytime anything happens in Nigeria, they refer you to Constitution of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, which is already fraud itself. And interpretation of that constitution become a nightmare. So, for Nigeria to progress, the time for Nigeria to progress has passed. The divide impossible for anything to work in Nigeria. You know, the Nigeria system implanted hatred and division in its citizens. Everybody in Nigeria today, including those who are still hoping for Nigeria and those of us who don't see Nigeria as our country anymore, everybody have one thing in common. The thing we all have in common is that the country is not working. We have come to realize that it can never work. Those who are believing that the country is still going to work are believing that maybe something extraordinary is going to happen. But that will never happen. That is the people living in full paradise. So now I want to use two incidents as an example before I stop, because there are a lot of things I want to tell those watching me today. You see, when I mean 1%, because some people have said only 3% are controlling Nigeria. No, it is 1.4% controlling Nigeria. You know, when you take, for instance, what happened in Ethiopia in 2019, and what happened in Papua New Guinea in 2019, you will understand, even though Nigeria do not have a clause for referendum in its constitution, we don't actually need to have that clause. But I'm making a reference now to Ethiopia that probably have referendum in their constitution. I want to make reference to Papua New Guinea that probably have referendum in their constitution. And I want to prove that 1% for you. If Nigeria today amends its constitution through the National Assembly to give room for referendum, and you see that now we have to vote for Nigeria to divide into two, north and south. You see, the people that are going to vote against it will not be more than 1.5%. And those that are going to vote against it will be people who are benefiting directly from those in power. Those who are going to vote against it will be those who want to liberate themselves from slavery. In Papua New Guinea, the referendum last year recorded about 98% of the population of those regions that voted. They want to have their independence. In Ethiopia, about 99% voted that they want to have independence in their region. And in these two countries, different countries, there is 1.something% that voted that they don't want to have independence. In both countries, 1.4, 1.4. And the same thing is going to be applicable to Nigeria if Nigeria call for referendum today. When we are talking about Nigeria not working, and in my opening speech, I mentioned about Europe, I mentioned about the danger coming to America. What did I mean by that? We all know that the southern part of Nigeria can never and will never be part of terrorism. We all know that the northern Nigeria today are happy living with terrorists. That is a fact. You see, the war on terrorism today is just formality, because they are fighting for one agenda, which is Islamic State. Ask me, what is the difference between the Islamic State Boko Haram is fighting for and the Sharia state that is being practiced, or the Sharia law that is being practiced in 12 northern states today? There is no single difference. The Boko Haram Islamic State, they are going to use the same Sharia law that the 12 states, northern states of Nigeria are using today, under a supposedly secular country. You see? So there is nothing, we don't have anything in common. And we have continued to pretend that one day Nigeria is going to be a great nation. I just want to give you an example with what happened now from what we are learning from this COVID-19. What we are learning from COVID-19, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, yesterday also, he said, and I quote, "The population of Nigeria is making it difficult to cope and fight the coronavirus." And I would want anybody watching me today to relate that statement to the reason why, apart from the fact that we have a different mindset with people in the north, I want every Nigerian that is watching this and those who are going to watch this to relate that statement coming from the Vice President of Nigeria, that Nigeria is too big. Population of Nigeria is too big to fight coronavirus. That is exactly what is affecting Nigeria as a nation. We are too big. Of course, we are not bigger than China. We are not bigger than India, but we have something different than China. We have something different than India. And what is it that we have different? It is the mentality of us, the Southerners, are different from the mentality of people in the North. Which will now bring me to the quota system. That is a root of corruption in Nigeria. And no single Nigeria from the southern part of Nigeria will ever forgive Nigeria for having what you call quota system. No matter how happy you are today as a Nigerian, any day you remember there is quota system, you can never be happy. And the North are not ready to let this quota system go, because that is the reason why you see somebody like the CGN who is not qualified to head a Southerners shop. That is the reason why you see the Attorney General Malami, who cannot actually define what constitutes treasonable offense under the Constitution, and he is supposed to be a lawyer because he studied under quota system. No matter how you feel it, he studied under quota system. The CGN studied under quota system. You see the problem? When you are thinking civilization, they are thinking Sharia. And that is the reason why a whole CGN of the Federation will come and advocate for the same thing Boko Haram are advocating and killing people in the north. So, with this simple fact I have just laid now, I believe that every well-thinking Nigerian will come to see that we have the margin between us and the north is so high that we feel every day you remember who is the president of Nigeria, you will get mad. Any day you remember who is the CGN of Nigeria, you get mad. Any day you remember who is the Attorney General of Nigeria, you get mad. And with all this anger, with all this nepotism that we have witnessed so far, nobody with his right senses from the southern part of Nigeria will say they still want one Nigeria. Thank you. I stop here.
The good thing is that we managed to bring our brother in full force as well. The good thing is that a lot of you are going to learn a lot. We just don't want to talk to the few here. So please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and share, because it needs to go to as many people as possible. We're going to do this more often because these are the two people in Nigeria that can make their life better. The Igbo are very productive. They are very productive. I would have loved the Igbo and the Biafra and Yoruba to be together, but it's too late for that now. So we can coexist well and support one another and make things work for one another. So I'm going to go to this gentleman here who is going to do two things. He's going to introduce himself, but not only introduce himself, he's going to give his opening speech as well. So let's go for it. Yeah. Use that one. It's not coming. Okay, it's coming through now. Okay. No, it didn't come through. He just tried to trick me. Okay. Let me call him. Okay. Okay, I can hear you now. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I believe our people can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear him? Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Very good, very good. Okay, let's do it this way. So I'm going to use the phone as the audio and the video. You can see me from the video. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'm not giving you a reply.
Yeah, because I'm muted so that it doesn't echo.
Okay, I'm muted my laptop so it doesn't take.
Okay, that's good. Okay, go ahead now. Go ahead now.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, fire on now.
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. So my name is Clayton. I'm a computer engineer. I work here in the United States of America as a senior engineering supervisor. At the same time, too, I am one of those very few people who is very, very much with world affairs. I'm a self-trained autodidact, meaning that I actually try as much as possible to keep up historically.
Okay, can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? You know why
Yes,
why
sir.
it didn't work in the first case? You're trying to use an earpiece. It will never work with an earpiece. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Disconnect the
So I
earpiece
don't
and
have-
we can hear you properly from the system.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
No. Just continue. Just continue. Yeah. Continue.
Okay, very good. So pretty much that is what is going on. So I am interested right now in the situation of Nigeria. I feel that one of the most powerful problems that we have in Nigeria as a people is a situation that people have been socially conditioned not to think for themselves. Nigerians have been heavily socially conditioned to be in a situation where whatever it takes for them to understand what is going on in their environment, they have been pressed by the need to follow very, very irresponsible and very, very uncultured and very, very unqualified men who are the electorate. The particular electorate we're talking about in power is the leadership, and the leadership is Fulani. Now, historically, here's the problem that we're having. In every country in the West African sub-region, allowed the Fulani to be in power, those countries have not come to anything. They are completely destroyed. Ghana, that we are now mentioning, for example, a country like Ghana, the Fulani has not been allowed to make any incursions into their political system. It is the southern side. It is the southern side of that country that is ruling. Countries like Senegal, any country that you're seeing in the West African sub-region that has pushed the Fulani and the northern side to remain in their place, because these people are culturally, they are opposed diametrically to what we are culturally. We cannot interact with them. We cannot integrate with them based on their religion. Their religion even does not encourage them to work with us, because they must be in charge while we be under them. And it is a clause that's in their religion. Now, based on this clause, we cannot succeed as a country. We are having a problem now. One of the greatest mistakes that was ever made was the amalgamation of southern and northern Nigeria for the benefit of the British colonialists. That is another story I would like to bring into this forum, is that one of the greatest problems we've had is Britain and our refusal to break away totally from the post-colonial effects of Britain on Nigeria. So Nigerians, when they even claimed they had independence, weren't truly independent. Britain still overshadowed Nigeria in most of the dealings of Nigeria, in most of the operations of Nigeria, till even the present day. Right now we have in Nigeria. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Right now we have a president in Nigeria who is somebody who is so tied to London. He's so tied to Britain. His being tied to Britain didn't start today. It started from the beginning. It started from the colonial rule. He's being tied. It has been a marriage of sorts between the Fulani and the British to rule Nigeria. And because of this, the southern aspects of Nigeria have been totally decimated. Even though we have the resources, even though we have the manpower, even though we have the brain power, we are totally decimated by the marriage of the British colonialists with the northern aspects of Nigeria. It was by design. It was by design. They knew that the people who didn't have the educational acumen and didn't have the intellectual acumen to push Nigeria forward into a totally independent and progressive country was the North. The North would always be happy servants as long as they're allowed to rule within Nigeria to the foreign elements like England. So what happened at this point is that we can no more sustain this kind of dynamics, because the dynamics has led to total destruction of Nigeria at this stage as we're speaking. Nigeria is no more. As we go on in the show, we shall continue to explain why Nigeria is no more viable. It is no more viable. Nigeria, as we're looking at this point in time, is about to turn into a disaster. We want to also bring forward to the people as knowledge for the people to understand that even England itself, because of the present and twist scenario that we've seen, which is the COVID-19 virus, is unable to bail Nigeria out of this problem. So Nigeria, the Fulani hegemony, has a new marriage partner, which is the Chinese. We want to prevent a situation where the southern aspects of Nigeria, this includes the Dudua and this includes Biafra, from becoming a subjugated into slavery under the Fulani Chinese hybrid that is being created at this point in time, right before our eyes in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is that my brother, who was earlier on the show, talked about the situation of the Nigerian constitution being a fraud. Even the creation of Nigeria, when we know that the girlfriend of Lord Lugard just signed up one day and gave the name Nigeria. The girlfriend of Lord Lugard. And Nigeria wasn't about the Niger. The Niger River is just a cover-up. It was Nigeria, meaning a place full of niggers, a place full of black people. It was the girlfriend of Lord Lugard who gave the name of that country. That is not the name we want to stand under, the name of what a man who was a girlfriend of some person gave to us as a people. We as a people, we were organized not according to our strengths, not according to our cultural identity. We were organized in the beginning of a country to have roadways, to have trainways, to have all our systems built for the plundering of the region by the British. Now, this plundering of the region by the British, after it was over, the Fulani continued from there. The people who filled that power vacuum were the Fulani, who kept on reporting to their masters, the British, which we have a president who is doing the very same thing in the name of Big Sing. We know very well that he keeps on reporting to his masters on how he is handling Nigeria. And so at this point in time, it is no more viable. Now, here is the part that is more interesting. Nigeria, like my brother was trying to talk about, we do not have the rule of law. Rule of law has completely collapsed in Nigeria, courtesy of the influence of the 1.4%. And now when you don't have rule of law, you have chaos. Within this chaos, which has been designed, the chaos of which it had a method to the madness, was to plunder the nation. But here is where the story comes in. The forces of economics, if they are not sure within Nigeria, are assured globally. You cannot, there's so much you can plunder. You can't just keep on plundering and plundering and plundering, and the economy keeps on rectifying itself when you are plundering more than what the economy can produce. As we speak here, Nigeria was one economy that for the first time in history, the Northerners stopped whatever they were doing, whether it was farming, whether it was the granite pyramids that they used to do. Everything was the gates, and we became an oil dependent
Dependent.
nation. Okay, as a dependent nation, we have seen suddenly the incredible global events that has led to the fall of oil. Right now, the people are being lied to. They are told that Nigeria is still solvent. Nigeria is totally insolvent at this stage because when you look at the price of oil and the overhead cost to be able to process the oil and put it on ships and ship it out, we are making only $2 a barrel for oil as we speak. Only $2 a barrel for oil. So therefore, Nigeria is done. As of this year that we're speaking, I will please excuse me to call him the Fulani president. The Fulani president went and borrowed $29 billion US to be able to complete the Nigerian budget. At that point, we are not even able to complete our own budgets. Remember that the Chinese money trap is not based on anything that their knowledge and their ability to see, like what we've seen in Zambia, what we're seeing in Uganda, what we're seeing in Madagascar, what we're seeing in Papua New Guinea, what we've seen in Sri Lanka, what we've seen everywhere. The ability for you to be corrupt enough that you will default on your loans and they will come in and take over your infrastructure. So my brother, who just came in and said that we want to prevent America from being a heavy victim of terrorism, we also want to prevent the southern regions of Nigeria becoming enslaved to China, courtesy of the Fulani who have switched over their masters from England to China. Okay, so because you see, we don't want right now in the southern aspects of Nigeria, be it in the Oduduwa place, be it in a different area, for us to begin to see Chinese signs that would be our road signs. We don't want to have a situation where these estates are only for the Chinese. The people who are of the region cannot go into those places. We do not want the takeover of the southern region of Nigeria by the Chinese, which is already being facilitated by the North. The North, for time and time and time again in the history of Nigeria, has kept on doing financial deals that is hidden from the knowledge of the common man. The 1.4% have enriched themselves in financial deals hidden by the foreign man and have transferred the penalties of those deals to the common man. So 1.4 does the deals, pockets the money, the penalties and the punishment of the deals they've done go to the 85% of Nigerians who are living below the poverty level. As we speak, because of the COVID-19 and because of what my brother was saying, it is now believed that 90% of Nigerians live below the poverty level, as stipulated by the World Bank, meaning that 90% of people in Nigeria are living below $1.25 a day. $1.25 a day, 95% of Nigerians. The 1% that is now in power, the Fulani group, have imposed a shift over the penalties of their bad decisions to the people and take the money and put it in foreign banks. They take the money that they plunder, which is supposed to develop the country, and put it in foreign banks. That being multiplied by the idea of plundering, continuous plundering, more than what the country can even bring in and produce. The numbers we're having in Nigeria are the numbers of a wonderland. They are unreal. They say the GDP is constantly rising. You cannot have numbers. These are fake numbers. The numbers that they say Nigeria is becoming the largest African nation as far as GDP concerned is a lie. Because GDP, the mathematical calculation of GDP is based on per capita head. So when you say that you have 95%, as we are talking about right now, being under the poverty line, but you claim that GDP is also constantly rising, there is a lie, the biggest lie in the history of mankind being given to the southern region of Nigeria and maybe to Africa as a whole. So what we are talking about at this point in time is a situation where we have to save people. It is a SOS to save people from an impending disaster, which we see already begun. It has already begun. The most incredible disaster in the history of that region, in which people are still sitting under the auspices of a country that is already insolvent. It's already insolvent as we speak. So the president of Nigeria will not come because for the protection of the Fulani economy, will not come out to tell the people we're in bad shape. The president of the country will not come out to tell people this is what is going on. The president of Nigeria will not come out to tell the people that even for the 29 billion that I collected, that here are the penalties that may be imposed on the people, which may lead to the loss of infrastructure. The Chinese coming to take your airports, the Chinese coming to take your water ports, the Chinese coming to take your water system, like they did in Zambia. In Zambia, they took things all the way down to taking their broadcasting system. I mean, that means like you come and see Chinese taking over NTA, National Television Authority. You come and watch the Chinese taking over the light system, electrical system. And in Zambia, the Chinese took over the police station. They take over the police and everything. In other countries, the Chinese, like in Sri Lanka, they took over the airports and they took over their seaports. In countries like South Africa, they're taking over their gold mines. They now, according to what we've heard from very, very strong sources, the Chinese are challenging the process of even going in to take over the diamond mines, the Beers. And the beer mines in South Africa technically and traditionally belong to South Africans. So what we are looking here is a very, very complex picture. Now, mix this picture too with the eugenics program. Bill Gates, who came in to Africa and was spending billions of dollars. We need to know as Africans that you cannot have any free lunch. Nobody comes and spends money like that for nothing. And we were sitting down saying, oh, Bill Gates is such a wonderful man. God bless Bill Gates. It was because of our culture of loving our wolf. Well, suddenly what happened? We now hear the allegations that $35 billion was pumped into the study of the coronavirus by the Obama regime. If this is true, which of course they questioned Trump in one of his press, and Trump refuses to answer because even Trump is scared of the implications of connecting that there was a virus that was being studied at $35 billion. Dr. Fauci, who is still standing by side of Trump, that claims that it was a study. People are asking, you don't need $35 billion to study a virus. You do not. You never do need $35 billion to study a virus. What was the $35 billion used for? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give to this audience, and I'm going to submit it to my brothers, both on the Oduduwa side and the Biafran side. The virus was genetically engineered. And we are seeing all the evidences from the study done in the Obama situation for $35 billion down to as early as November last year, America sending thousands and thousands of ventilators, masks, and gloves to China when we didn't even know what was going on at that point in time. We see strange behavior like the American Senate and all the elites of the 1% of the United States dumping their stocks, dumping all their financial portfolios long before this even started, based on insider trading. We also see the most amazing situation where just for a short period of time, we had a situation where they said, okay, now the virus is in circulation. Suddenly, China was ready. China was ready to work on the virus. China was ready to solve the situations of the virus. China was ready with machines and all kinds of technology to face the virus when the rest of the world was not ready already. Inside this story, Bill Gates comes to places like Nigeria and says that if you don't let me to vaccinate yourself, which of course, if he has a bill for vaccination and I vaccinated Nigeria, he gets back all the billions that he spent. He suddenly threatens that, oh, you'll have dead bodies all over the streets. There'll be dead bodies everywhere. He gives these threats and all this threat with the aid of the Fulani hegemony. The Fulani hegemony, now knowing that we are against or a little bit diametrically opposed to bringing in the Bill Gates game, now bring in Chinese. They bring in the Chinese to start vaccination. Vaccinations over a vaccine that we've not seen in clinical research papers. We don't know anything about the vaccine. Most Nigerians who are to be vaccinated don't even know the name of the vaccine. Ladies and gentlemen, all my brothers who are out there as we are speaking, Nigeria is totally about to be. British already has done enough and they plundered Nigeria enough. The new stage is going to be China, which will be the final slavery, the final stage 2 of the slavery. From the beginning of time, we've not escaped slavery. Whether it be the slavery of the slave trade, down to British colonization, down to the Fulani just being the houseboys of the British. The British were still ruling over Nigeria through the auspices of the Fulani, which was all the coups and all the mechanization we've seen, down to the Fulanis now trying to bring in a new master, which is the Chinese. Nigeria is no more. My brothers, Nigeria is no more viable. Nigeria is done as a country. The leader is not telling the people the truth. The people are sitting on an explosive bomb. What is the bomb? So many, and I'm going to end with this point, so many different loans, so many different transactions that a lot of the people don't know about, with penalties that the people don't know about, that's about to be pushed on them, while the elite have their bank accounts in $1 billion, in millions of dollars, ready to bail out. So it's time for us to now allow the people to take that bell and put it on the cat. And the cat in this case is the Fulani people. The Fulani people, we have to bail the cat. The people will not be the ones to take the punishment of the penalties of the deals the Fulani has made. Like these 29 billion they took from China, the people shouldn't be allowed. We should not have a situation where if they default on the loan, of which we know that naira may be it may be 700 naira to a dollar, to 1,000 naira to a dollar. And then when they default on this loan, what happens automatically? They come and seize an airport in Enugu, or the wharfs in River State or in Lagos is when they default. Because the Chinese don't come in to say late fees. The Chinese don't come in to say we will add more money based on interest rate. No, the Chinese come in to say we will take your infrastructure. It's your infrastructure that they capture. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we let our people to watch Chinese coming to tell them what to do in their own country, Nigeria is insolvent. Let us break away peacefully at this point in time. It is time for us to break away peacefully. The Northerners, their game is up. The mistake we made is we didn't know what they were. Because if we had seen what other West African countries had done, like Ghana and Senegal and this place, in which they pushed the North back and don't allow the North near, we should have done the same thing. We would have had peace by now. Okay. My brother also came in to talk about the issue of the fact that by their religion, there's no way we can ever work with them. I have read the Quran. The clause indicated in the Quran is that they cannot be under us. They cannot have us be ministers. They cannot have us be their presidents. They cannot have us work, do things under them. You see, or for them to do things under us. You see, so, ladies and gentlemen, my most important fear at this point is that the poverty in Nigeria is imposed, is created, is man-made. It was not poverty based on the laziness of the people. It was not poverty based on lack of resources. It was not poverty based on a situation where we would say we didn't have what it took to make Nigeria a great country. The poverty that we are having now is created by the Fulani hegemony.
Okay.
The Fulani hegemony and the English Fulani hybrid was stage one. The new stage which will be
Chinese and Fulani.
Chinese hybrid is going to be the most disastrous in history.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there, brother.
Thank you.
It's a shame I didn't stipulate the rules before. When you're talking and it's only this screen, you can keep talking. When I change it to this screen, it means you need to start rounding up so that we can enjoy what we're doing. I need to clarify some few things quickly. Some people are complaining that the Yorubas and the Biafrans shouldn't work on this together. I don't believe that. I believe stronger we are together, it will be much, much easier for us to bail out of this situation it's a mess we are in together. And if two slaves are somewhere and one wants to leave and leave the other one behind, in most cases, the other one will grasp the other one. But if they team and bail out together, even if the master wants to chase them, how can they chase two people in two different directions? They're going to fail. So this is what I want us to unite and bail out together. And bailing out together is not next year. It's not next coming year. It's not 2023. We want to see if we can bail out this year before the Chinese come and mess things up more. Frank Bello. You only got 2 minutes. Say something, sir.
Yes, I think I picked up on the figures that Simon was glad to provide us in terms of the total number of the cabals, I'll call them the cabals, that's twisting that country up. Simon gave us a rough estimate of about 1.4% of the entire population in the country. Now, I went down to work. I think Simon probably polished those people up, and Simon is trying to help them, because if their estimated population of Nigeria is 200 million, as they claimed, because the Fulani people, basically, they've hyped up the population. I think that is a bit too high for the total number of those who are controlling Nigeria. Because 1.4% of 200 million people, that's about 2,800,000. I think it is far more, much less than that, Simon. But I am looking at the total number of those who are seriously messing up that country, that contraption called Nigeria. To be honest with you, I would have thought 0.01% of the entire population if the 200 million is right, because I like to work with figures and sums. 0.01% of the 200 million people in Nigeria gives us 20,000 people that stole and milk dry that nation. I'm glad that the last speaker said that Nigeria is already bankrupt. That country is bankrupt. And I think the earlier the better that the Oduduwa Republic and Biafra Republic work towards their own aim, their goal, their ideals, the liberation of Biafra, the liberation of Oduduwa Republic, the better, before the Chinese come in and then take over all our industries in the south. Because they ain't got nothing in the north. I made it clear and I streamlined the currents in the northern part of Nigeria today, to which I'm not going to that into this afternoon. But I think ideally, Simon, 1.4%, oh my God, that is a bit too much. Messing up that contraption that they call Nigeria, that they are all proud of. I think it's about 5,000. I hand over to you back in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate what everybody has said. I even wish it's up to 500,000 people messing about Nigeria. I think it's a handful of people. Maybe about 50,000 people are the people.
20,000. When I work with statistics, 0.01% out of the 200 million gives us 20,000 people. So perhaps that is very, very realistic with all their foot soldiers and all those that are messed up as well.
The soldiers are not even doing much. The reason I said the
Yeah,
soldiers
they're
are
not.
not doing much is that they just, some people are just zombie. Wherever they direct them is where they go. Whatever they ask them to do is what they do. If they push them to even, this is why they can tell some people to go and wear suicide bomb. Why should I go and kill myself when
Yeah.
you are alive and enjoying yourself? That is the problem there. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go back to Simon because Simon is
Yes.
Patai. The
Yes.
only reason I didn't come to you is because your camera is not right, and I'm not gonna work with that camera the way it is now. So you need to know. Okay.
Turn
That was
you are turn it landscape.
done it.
I
No,
would,
it's done
yeah.
it. It's done it already.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would have. Yes, I
Okay.
would have commented just very briefly.
Yeah.
Oh, should I go ahead?
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Bello. Yeah, you are actually right. But let me clarify something here. When I said 1.4%, we are talking about the leaders in 36th state of the federation, including the FCT.
And in each state, you have governor, you have commissioners, yeah.
you have all the political office holders. They are all part of this 1.4%.
Okay, makes sense.
Those who are directly benefiting from these political appointees are also part of this 1.4%. When I said, because I have done this, of course, I'm not, you are right, depending on the context you are coming from. But when you start from DC coordinators in your various local government, coming to councillors who are directly subordinate to the chairman of local government, who will never support disintegration of Nigeria because of the position they are and because of what they are getting from corruption. Starting from these DC coordinators to the local government councillors to chairmen, now going to House of Assembly, House of the Senate, and governors. When you come to each state, you have about 1% of the total population of the state or 0.5% of the total population of the state. So when we are looking at the percentage of those controlling, it is only the governors or senators or ambassadors. No, we are taking it down to the DC coordinators in various local governments of Nigeria. And you can now calculate how many people are benefiting directly. And the benefactors or the people benefiting directly are immediate family members. And most of these family members, some of them don't even benefit anything. So when you put all these figures together, if you put all the figures together, we get 1.4%. If Nigeria conducts referendum today, of course, most of those who are benefiting from this government will also vote for disintegration of Nigeria. But in all and all, the people that will vote no can never be more than 1.4%. Now, for example, when I hear people say that, oh, what about your leaders, for us, the Biafra agitators, what about your leaders in the East? What about leaders from Biafra land? Can you, most of them are not buying the idea of disintegration. We don't need that idea of disintegration. 80% of people who subjected to slavery, 80% come together to realize that the power belongs. We don't need the consent of 1% that are representing us. We don't need it. And another thing I want to also mention from what the other brothers said is this Chinese issue is just coming now. It has been there before, but it in other parts of Africa. You know, we don't have until now, until this in this present administration, and starting from this second tenure. That's when this whole thing started from last year, actually. I want to also to what my brother Udon said. When you look at the loan that they have taken so far and the one they intend to take, you find out that the last one, about 1.224 trillion naira, according to the minister, that loan is to be repaid to IMF 2025. Now, considering the fact that the oil has fallen to $2 per, not $2 per 1 liter, but $2 per barrel, it means that in no way Nigeria will be able to repay that 1.225 trillion in 2025, and that make it fraudulent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Analysis was very great. I'm not sure if Fatai can hear me. Fatai, what happened is that someone has actually called you. Someone has called you. Someone has messaged you. So you need to come out completely and go in again. I cannot hear your audio again. Your audio, you need to come out completely. I can't hear you. No matter what you try to say to me, I will not hear you. So you need to come out, turn your phone off. For that, you need to turn your phone off and then come back to me. If you can hear me, I'm not sure if you can hear me. But if you cannot hear me, I will call you back in a minute. Let's go to, because I want to call Fatai, let's go back to Frank. Because if I go back to my brother in America, I might not be able to call Uncle Fatai then. Let's hear from you, Frank. Frank. Yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. You want me to do you want me to build up more on the Chinese
Yes, please. Yes, please.
invasion of
Yes,
Africa?
please. Yes, please.
Yes. In fact, I think I have been at the forefront of this struggle, and like I always say, I won't say online that I hate the Chinese so passionately, but I dislike their politics. I don't hate them, but I dislike their politics. So I will have to employ diplomacy here. But I've always been somebody who's been extremely skeptical about the Chinese people because I see the Chinese as being fraudulent. I see the Chinese as people that we cannot transact any business with. I see the people as people that are out there to milk Africa. Now, I followed um, uh, rudimentally the politics the Chinese are playing in Zimbabwe at the moment. Now, what they're doing in Zimbabwe at the moment is that they want to take over the entire structure, both the government and the entire resources and the control of their land in Zimbabwe. So what they've done basically right now is that they've actually set apart the army chief, General Chiwenga, against the president after Robert Mugabe, Idi Mnangagwa. Now, Idi Mnangagwa, according to the politics that is currently being played, was poisoned. And the Chinese people actually flew him to China to be treated. Guess what? The Chinese are particularly interested in the diamond fields in China. Now, I see the African people playing this politics with China because number one, China is having to bribe their way through most of those fraudulent politicians across Africa because those politicians, inclusive of your politicians in that nasty piece of contraption in location 9, Nigeria, they've taken bribes from the Chinese, and the bribe does not go into the banking system. It comes in cargo. The bribe comes in cargo to the politicians. So if 10 to 20% of the total cost of the loan is diverted into individual private pockets, that comes in cargo. So how on earth will the people in those countries, in Black African nation, be able to implement the project? Mind you, the Chinese will bring in their technicians. They'll bring in all their drivers. They'll bring in every labor to work in that particular part of Black African countries. They want to work. They want to work. So I find it extremely disturbing that we are looking into a situation, or the Black African nations will find themselves in a situation whereby they are being recolonized by the Chinese. But the question, the terrible question that we'll have to ask ourselves as Black Africans in Africa is, are we really comfortable going to the East or coming back home to the colonial masters? I'll hand over back to you at the studio.
For that, yeah, thank you very much for that. Guys, please follow these following people, right? You need to follow Simon Ekpa very well. You can hear a lot of output. Follow Frank, follow Fatai, and follow the gentleman. Follow Heritage as well. We're gonna do this more. We're gonna do this more. We're gonna do this more until we become free from the stupid people that think they're God, that they think they hold our life. funniest thing is that everybody is gonna die and leave Nigeria behind and leave Odudua behind. Why do you take everything? Where's Abakari today? With all the money they stole, with all the money they invested, with all the money they take away, did they bury him with any money? This is what I don't understand, right? So why do you have to make life so unbearable for the next man? Let's go to Fatai quickly and let him chip in because I haven't actually given him the chance yet. Okay, Mr. Okrubido.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honestly, I just remember something today which I want to share with my people. Sometimes in 1991, I went just across the road from where I was working just to buy something from a grocery shop. So that time there was no internet and there was no effective telephone communication between UK and Nigeria. So most of the time we had to resort to postcards, this and something. I mean, just other means of communication just to get across to home. So I was so curious when I saw this postcard. It was just hanged among other postcards as I was just rolling the where it was being hanged. Then the logo of that particular postcard attracted me, and I took the card. When I saw the card and I was reading what was therein, and it's like a poem, and the content on that card specified the fact that Africa is a virgin land, and in few years to come, it is going to be another vineyard for new recolonization. When I saw it, I paused. I said, what is this? It was like a poem. So it indicated then that very soon, will commence in Africa. And for that reason alone, that because it's a virgin land that has never been annexed, lots of, I mean, I can't remember specifically, most of that, Africa was going to be recolonized. So when we got to the mid-90s and a lot of things are happening in Somalia, in Sudan, so now I was replaying the memory of that card. But the point is, a single voice in the desert, who is going to listen to you? So I saw this, I mean, what's happening, what is playing now in Africa? I saw it far back to around 91, 92. So I'm not surprised. So back to the reality on ground now. The Nigerianization is not, I'm not surprised about it because prior to our experimentation of democracy, that was prior to 1979, the military regime that were taking, taking and overtaking each other then, didn't give us the actual reality about what Nigeria was then. Even though the Ronsi and other factors gave us the tribal aspect of, how military was being controlled, how Northeast and the South were struggling for power. But immediately after Shagari came to power, within 6 months of that power of that regime, every parasite in Nigeria, every ministry in Nigeria, everything that really mattered within Nigerian governance on the federal level was modernized. So whatever is happening now is not new. It has been with us for a very long time, only that many people have been very, very insensitive to the reality of the fact that Nigeria has never been real. So if the entire country is being raped now, if there is complete anarchy now, if things happening in Nigeria now are not actually the expectations of Nigerians, who are we to blame? The generality of Nigerians are to blame because we have remained completely insensitive, most especially in the southern part of Nigeria. We've seen, I mean, many of us pretend as if nothing has been happening about the divide and conquer tactics that the North has been imploring. We understand each other as okay. We are resilient. We want a better life for Nigerians. We want a better Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that will be that we are going to be all going to be very proud of. We want a Nigeria so we are struggling and contributing on our quota just to make sure that Nigeria exists. But those who are controlling our destiny, they are just laughing us to scorn. because Nigeria has never been real. So that's actually, since my brothers have been stressing themselves, analyzing, I'm just laughing here because I know everything we are saying today is just for the records. The reality on ground is that Nigeria is not real. And let me just come back to recent times. We saw what happened in the between 2009 and 2010 when Yaradua was in Saudi Arabia hospital. We saw what was happening. Even when the government was hijacked for about 7 months, and it was being defended that okay, the president was signing all the documents he needed to sign on the sick beds and that, and when they shook aside Jonathan, we all saw it. And eventually, when the international community came and people were agitating that Jonathan should be entering into power, and then we now realized that okay, unless you do that, the democracy is going to be mocked across the world. Those who are controlling our destiny in Nigeria, what did they do? They came out with lists of the positions that if they were allowed Jonathan to hold power, these are the positions that we want. And they were enforcing it that unless Jonathan accepted to don't allow him to rule. That goes to show that for a very long time we have been in chains in Nigeria. For a very long time, we have never ever lived our destiny as Nigerians. Imagine what has been happening in so many years of deprivation, the ideas that are coming from southern Nigeria. Imagine Nollywood, the music industry now that has cut across the world, that the entire world now you can even be going on the street now in London and be listening to Nigerian music being played on the radio inside the car. A lot of things that the southern Nigerians have brought to Nigeria. What about sports? What about culture? So everything has demonstrated to us that Nigeria is not real and we are culturally different. Our destiny in South Nigeria is in our hands. Any analysis we are giving today is completely irrelevant because right now, South Nigeria must look forward because 60 years of independence and nothing to show for it. I think we are just we are losing it. Let us just think about how do we sensitize people and how do we understand the change in which we are at the moment in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you. We really appreciate that. Our effort will not go in vain. Our effort will not go in vain. Our effort will not go in vain. I thank everybody who has been watching the program. I know Simon Ekwa has to go very soon. Am I right, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I give you the chance to sum up before you go?
Okay. So let me drop. Thank you very much, Mr.
Make sure you drop all the bombshells.
Let me drop it.
Drop all the bombshells.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So let me drop this bombshell here. First of all, we all know what Nigeria is and what Nigeria was and what Nigeria has become. Why do we want disintegration of Nigeria? First of all, I want disintegration of Nigeria and I want freedom of Biafra. Now, in doing this, there may be possibility for a second option. And not until we have the room for that second option, which could be dividing Nigeria into two, the North and the South. And within the South, there may be another possibility to have total for each region of the southern part of Nigeria to be independent. Just like every well-to-do economy are doing all over the world, from Dubai to member states of the European Union to America, through federalism. So the second option is this, or the second reason for wanting Biafra is this. We cannot continue to be part of a country that sponsors terrorism. We don't want to be part of a country that have 5 different terrorist groups. We don't want to be paying for or paying the price of crime we did not commit. We don't want to be, and as I'm mentioning this, please, Mr. Moderator, I need a little bit time, because this is very, very important.
Yeah, go ahead.
We
Go
don't
ahead.
want to be part of a country that whenever the one section of the country, which is the North, commit crime, we will be the one to pay the price. Now, I want to give you example of the price we are paying so far. We are paying the price of Nigeria becoming number 3 terrorist country in the world. We pay that price by Nigeria or Nigerians unable to travel or to migrate to the United States of America. We are paying that price. The terrorism did not emanate from us, the southern part of Nigeria. We pay the price. We are paying the price of the fact that Nigeria is regarded as fantastically corrupt country. I have never been in government. We are just contemplating on the percentage of the people that instituted corruption in Nigeria. And we have between 0.5 to 1.4%. Now, we are paying the price of becoming or being or coming from a fantastically corrupt country when most of us in diaspora has never ever held any political office in Nigeria or contributed in the corruption. 2, we want to end the insurgents, not just in Nigeria, but in entire West Africa. And by extension, Africa as a whole, European Union, and in America, because the problem we are having today, in the next 20 years, if Nigeria continues to be a country, Nigeria will become the biggest threat to Europe. Nigeria will become the biggest threat to America. We have seen it happening. So we are saving the future by calling for disintegration of Nigeria. Because as I'm talking now, there is no other solution to end the security issues in the region, in the entire West Africa region. The only solution to these security issues we're having today is disintegration. When you disintegrate Nigeria, you disintegrate the interest of the people that are sponsoring the terrorists. When you disintegrate Nigeria, you disintegrate the terrorists themselves, because the only reason for them killing people in the northern Nigeria is because Nigeria is one. And in the southern Nigeria, there are predominantly Christians, Muslims, few Muslims, and then other religions. And then in the northern Nigeria, you have few Christians, you have majority of Muslims, and they are comfortable with Sharia law. They are comfortable with Islamic State. When we are making reference to Islamic State and Sharia law, people think that there are differences. There is no difference between Sharia and Islamic State. Once you are practicing Sharia law, automatically you are under Islamic State because you are under Islamic law. So as I'm speaking to you today, being the 1st of May 2020, the 12 northern states in Nigeria are under Sharia law. And Boko Haram is fighting for Sharia. When you disintegrate Nigeria, you disintegrate the future threat that is coming to Europe. How will Nigeria become a threat to Europe? How will Nigeria become a threat to America? I am going to explain it very briefly. By the time the North succeeded in annihilating the Southerners, At least those that refuse to be annihilated will be converted to believe what they want. It can take them 100 years. It doesn't matter. Look at Turkey, for example. If they succeed in conquering Nigeria, like they have been pushing, they will begin to sponsor terrorists to attack Europe. They will begin to sponsor terrorists to attack America. It is not just about us. No. This is a historic issue that people ought to understand. We are fighting for the future. And the only way to stop it is that Biafra have their own army, which can never be compromised by any religion. Oduduwa have their own army, which can never be compromised by religion. Of course, I don't want to begin to argue from the religious context, because some Yorubas are Muslims and some of them are not Muslims. But today, we know down inside our heart that an average Muslim Yorubas are not regarded as real Muslim by the Fulanis. They don't regard them. But of course, like I said, I don't want to delve into religious issue. But the fact is that Oduduwa soldier cannot be compromised. We have seen it now, what is happening in Amotekon and all that, because Yorubas have come to realize that Igbos or Biafrans were never their enemy. And I am an advocate of unification of the southern part of Nigeria. I am an advocate of the unification, and those who comes to say every Biafra must do their own, and why Oduduwa do their own, they are agents of Nigeria. They are agents of division. They can never be agents of peace, because the Fulani planted hatred amongst us. They planted the hatred, and that hatred is why we are sitting here today to see how to address it. And the hatred will continue to consume Nigeria until Southerners come together to form a common interest. Like you have in the North. You have the Northern Governors Forum, even when the Middle Belt is not supposed to be North, but they have scandalously or fraudulently taken the Middle Belt, and they make decisions that affect the region. But to the South, they push us and ask the governors, go and form your own Governors Forum. We will be funding it. We will be sending you money, and you cannot come together. Any day they come together, they will fight against that governor. It happens to Governor of Lagos State, the former Governor of Lagos State. Go and check it. He started the unification of Southern governors in 2017. It was part of the problem he had with the APC. They don't want him to come back because he tried to unify the governors. Go and check it. So what am I saying? What I'm saying this evening is this. Nigeria needs to be disintegrated to save the future of our children, future of our generation, future of Europe, future of America. You remember the one called the suicide bomber called Abudu Mutala. Abudu Mutala is a Nigerian. Yeah. He traveled all the way from Nigeria to bomb America. That is the kind of terrorism that Nigeria will be sponsoring if they end up taking Nigeria as a whole, which will happen if Nigeria is not disintegrated. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. I have to give you a standing ovation for what you've done. I want a lot of love for Simon online. Simon, you've been wonderful. You've not just been wonderful, you've been excellent in educating our people. We need this kind of education regularly. We need to educate people. We need to let our people know that Yoruba and Igbos are not enemies. They just want to put an enmity between us. I'm not fighting for Biafra and Yoruba amalgamation. That's not what I'm looking for. But the unity must continue. The love we have for one another must continue. How many Igbos do you find in the north? How many Igbos do you find in the south? You can see the kind of love that is there from there. I really appreciate you. I really thank you. And I really want to commend you for your effort. I've watched your front page. I follow you. This guy online, if you're not following Simon Hector at the moment, you need to follow him to get educated about our struggle. It's our struggle together. It's a collective struggle. We need to follow him. We need to follow him closely so that we can know exactly what is going on and what is going on. Simon, thank you very much. And I hope to see you again whenever we call you. God bless you all. I'm going to be replacing someone with Simon very soon. So if you want to come in, you have an option. Please send me a message, a WhatsApp message. And our telephone line will be open now. So if you want to call in, you will be able to call in into the program. The phone line will be open shortly. If you want to call in, you will be able to call in and speak to us in the studio. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So
you can pin the number down from your end.
I'm gonna pin the number now. Yeah. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me just keep this link that I want to send to somebody soon. Later on, we're gonna bring my technical director in, Olayomi Koiki. Is very, 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 very strong. He has been to Chinese embassy this morning to actually protest, which is very fantastic. Oh, I didn't get the link, so that's no problem. Okay, let me try and get the link and pin it. The number to call to WhatsApp if you want to join is 0734.
It's not a WhatsApp. It's not a WhatsApp call. It's a voice over internet protocol.
I know. But the number, if I want to get someone to number 6, screen 6, I want to get someone to screen 6 at the moment. So the number to call if you want to join screen 6 is 0734 123 4560. Anybody that wants to come in there, 0734 123 4560. I have some few people I'm going to bring in later on, but in the meantime, I'm going to give our audience, because without you being there, we can't be here anyway. So why not give you guys the chance to join us in the studio and be part of this live broadcast. So, 1 second, I'm going to give it to, let me give it to Udo for now to speak, because that will make life very, very easy for me while I fix some few things. Go ahead, sir. One second, my fault.
Got it here. Can you hear me now?
Well, yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I want to thank Simon for coming on the show. I also want to thank Bello and Fatai for being on the show. I want to speak a little bit more.
I monitor you and I follow you so passionately, you know.
At this point in time, at the key nexus, the nexus we are at right now is a key point in which the habit that you have that can kill you will be magnified at this point. Those who think it's going to be business as usual to collect money to forward their own agenda have done it to the point where we either have to decide as a people. We keep on trying to be part of the mainstream, which is collecting money, collecting bribes, embezzlement, or corruption, or do we lose a whole destiny of our grandchildren? We're at that point right now. So at this point, it is about our descendants. It's going to be about our legacy at this stage. Because if you still want to do business as usual, collecting money, sticking with the Fulani hegemony, collecting bribes, embezzlement, what is going to happen is we'll wake up one day and we'll be slaves. That is where we're at right now. Now, I wanted to expand on the point of Mr. Simon Ekpa about terrorism. Nigeria has done something that is honestly a horrific situation for the masses. Like he was trying to say, he said that, you know what, we have been stigmatized over the actions of a few. Okay, Boko Haram was created by the North to torment the South. And also there was a second and more ulterior motive, because they knew that the foreign powers that are out there tend to want to finance fights against terrorism. When Boko Haram was created, a lot of financial aid came to Nigeria in dollars, in pound sterling, in foreign currency to fight terrorism, which was pocketed by individuals. We know that the present president now was part of that team of people who was pocketing financial aid that was sent in to fight terrorism. So Boko Haram was not even something that was invented just only to torment the South, but it was a financial transaction. Invest a few thousands of naira and arm a few individuals and let them terrorize people and then get back dollars in return. This is not sustainable for us to be part of a country that reasons at this level. It looks smart, it looks intelligent, but it is demonic, and we don't want to be part of it. Now the people are paying for it. The incursions of Northerners who were not able to live in their country, in their areas anymore, they want to come to the South with their cows and everything to keep safety. Because again, even Boko Haram, they lost control of it. So the incursion of the people to come around and say, hey, we want to be part of the South, they came with their Sharia law. And when they came with it, it led to the death of citizens. Honestly, this integration is saving people. It is also saving Western nations from having any more organizations of terrorism from the North. It is also saving the legacy of our descendants who are to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not an issue of we just want to disintegrate from Nigeria just for the sake of disintegrating from Nigeria. Like I said, the true financial state of Nigeria is being hidden by the common man. Too many penalties that are about to come will reduce Nigeria if they are not taken to the level of Zambia or to the level of some of the failing East African countries like Zimbabwe. But the people are not telling the truth. They are not telling the truth, the money hegemony, that they've messed up things. Case in point is that Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, came and gave debt relief to Nigeria. Why? Because they've done that. They've seen that Nigeria will not be able to repay the loans anymore. They've seen it, that Nigeria is done. So Angela Merkel, instead of her sitting down to be part of the team that wants to take Nigeria down, decided to give debt relief to Nigeria and walk over and leave Nigeria in. But again, Nigerians who are thinking that they're smart, because what they do is as this money comes in, they transfer it to their bank accounts. They think that Nigeria will continue running and moving as usual with the lies of us being the giant of Africa, when the calculations of GDP has a lot to do with the per head capita of the conditions of every individual citizen of that country. Per capita head, Nigeria right now is finished. So we are interested in the breaking away. Now, I want to go back to my brother's point, which is the most important and powerful point, the issue of the divide and rule tactics. We have no reason to hate ourselves as far as the southern aspect of Nigeria was concerned. The greatest mistake, rather, was that the British, who wanted to plunder the nation, did the amalgamation of the northern and southern region of Nigeria and called it Nigeria. Originally, as the South, we were good. We were all right. There was no need for us to hate ourselves. There was no need for us to sit down and be enemies among ourselves. But now we have realized that the divide and rule tactics was done by design to ensure that they can stay in power. They can stay in power. Now, at this point, any Nigerian who wants to sell away his birthright or sell away the legacy of his descendants will align with the North for the sake of survival. But I'm telling people right now that the survival will come at a cost. It will come at a cost of which you end up in chains as a slave. It will come at a cost of either your descendants will not even recognize the country of their fathers or their mothers, because rather who they will see there will be Chinese. Now, if it is the Chinese that will be holding the guns on behalf of the North to make the North the whole of Nigeria a Sharia country, it is still not good either way. It's still not good. It's going to lead to bloodshed, unprecedented bloodshed in trying to do a forced conversion of Christians to Muslims. So what I am trying to say at this point is it is important for us to become more and more educated on what's going on. Maybe we don't have much time, but I pray that we do more of this, because events are unfolding rapidly. Events are unfolding rapidly. And people think it's going to be business as usual. I just want us to know another thing too, that the extent to the damage of economies is not known yet. Right now, we are at a kind of a strange wonderland of sorts in which everybody is predicting, but the true numbers are not known until the shutdown will be over. Then people will go down into the books to see how much has been lost, how much has been destroyed. Once those numbers kick in, a recession will begin, the likes of which we've never seen before. At that point, it's going to lead to a chain reaction, a cascade of events that will lead to the insolvency of Nigeria. So it is time we have to get ready to say that when the breakages start to occur, because the breakages will be apparent that the center cannot hold Nigeria anymore. When that happens, we are not enemies with the Oduduwa people. The Oduduwa people, our Yoruba brothers and sisters, cannot be our enemies at this point. We must unite to move away from the common problem, which is the Fulani hegemony. The Fulani hegemony is a common problem that we have to move away from. And so I just want to thank, I'm going to hand over to you. I want people to know that the present situation is that there's too much darkness in the sense of that information is being hidden. How much Nigeria truly owes right now, the common Nigerian doesn't know. The amount of penalties that are about to kick in, the common Nigerian doesn't know. And the scenarios with the penalties kicking in with a recession that is coming of the likes of which we've never seen, Nigerians are not being told the truth. And even as we speak now, the Nigerian government and the zoo system over there is not even bracing for the impact that is to come. The governors are not bracing for the impact that is to come. Nobody is alarmed about it. Why? It's because nobody knows. Everything is being hidden from the people at this point in time. In the ensuing chaos, we need Nigerians to know that there is an option, and the option is to allow the chaos to go to the north. Allow the chaos to stay with the north. Let us move back into the south and regroup. Okay. It is okay for the group. And I think that I'm going to hand over to my brother and say from there, let us move forward.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Fatai, I've not given you the chance to pour in. Everybody has poured whatever they're holding in their hands down. So it's now your turn to pour in as much as possible what you're holding that can educate us, that we can both learn from, and both the Biafrans and the Oduduwa people, what we can learn from. Again, I'm still challenging Maego to be part of this program because it's another guy who's fighting tooth and nail for this stupid country called Nigeria. So, my General Maego, or 2 hands for one person, please call me and be part of this movement. Fatai, off to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think you must have observed that when I talk at times, I mention South Nigeria. My dream has always been that both Igbos and Yorubas should come together to form a formidable force, because we are a real force when it comes to every aspect of life. And we have, a very strong identity as well. So when my other brother was mentioning it, honestly, I was just smiling because that is actually my dream. But so much enmity has been caused between both tribes. Divide and conquer sort of tactics, and even communities poisoning the mind of their people just for the purpose of political gain. So thank God at least we can see beyond that now, and I can see from the also smart now, those that are the youth of today who are from Biafra nation, now at least seeking that hands of friendship with the Yoruba youth. That is highly commendable. Now the fact still remains that we cannot continue to overstress ourselves. Nigeria is non-existing. It's a spent force. That country for a very long time has not been existing. This is the reality. But what is really happening now is we have almost reached a dead end now, because the nation is being currently mortgaged. If you can read carefully between the lines, the level of the way we seek for loans from abroad, this and that, it's quite suspicious. And when you look on the ground, what can we show for all these loans being collected? Some clique are trying to mortgage that country for the benefit of their own future and at the expense of the 200 million Nigerians, or let me say over 100 million South Nigerians. So this is the reality. So if divide and conquer has taken us to this level, and we understand that within us there are enemies, the time has now come for us to speak to each other that the future matters, and whatever we are planting today is going to germinate in the future. If because of personal gain you sell your brethren for a pot of porridge today, generations upon generations of your people in future are going to suffer for it, whether you like it or not, directly or indirectly. The time has come for us now as South Nigeria to come together to fight this internal imperialism. This is the reality we have to face in today's Nigeria. We have been mortgaged for a very long time, and we can see how we are being imagine, just let us ask ourselves, Osibajo is there now as a ceremonial vice president. Where is Osibajo today? Is he performing the role he should be performing in the absence or in the presence of inactivity of the real president that we are having? Are people not reading in between the lines that we are going to, a problem is coming? The entire South is now littered with all these bike riding, moral riding northerners who have AK-47 under their beds and waiting for a command whereby the South is going to be overrun. It's going to happen, whether we like it or we don't like it. Frank Gaffney has sounded the note since 2 years ago that what is going to happen in Nigeria is going to be so catastrophic that the world will not be able to handle it. It was calling them on what have to come together and try to arrest the situation. Maybe the intervention of that man has actually contributed to the reason why Nigeria has not collapsed today. We can't really say, because we don't really know what's happening behind the scenes. I won't be advocating for, I will never advocate for the disintegration of Nigeria, but the reality on ground is this. Nigeria does not, we have given that nation enough time to exist and be great. But what are we seeing? People who know better than we do are those that they are actually controlling our destiny, and there is nothing to show for it. And the time is going. There is no way we can continue like this as South Nigerians. We must find a way to champion a new cause of our own personal self-determination, whereby we can look inward and see how can we move on from here. I can understand we cannot do it alone. The frankness of my other brother who spoke earlier on, I can see it when he was trying to at least put across the danger that the future poses if Nigeria exists. And these things that these people are perpetrating in Nigeria, they are not doing it alone. They have their way of bribing those who are their masters behind. They have. Okay.
Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes, hello, caller. Yes, you are through to African Politics Heritage TV. Yes, what have you got to contribute? Your name.
Okay,
yes, your name.
Can I speak on now?
Yes, your name and where you are calling from, please.
Okay, this is Onyechiodo.
Onyechiodo.
I'm calling in from Newcastle, United Kingdom.
Okay.
So I'm following the discussion, and I am very, very impressed with the topic of today, which is Nigerian disintegration.
Yeah.
And how we can come together as Southern Nigeria to liberate ourselves from the forces of colonialism and Fulani hegemony.
Yeah.
So the area I want to contribute is the seriousness of the problem. I want to draw our attention to the seriousness of the problem we are facing. It is a threat to our collective existence as human beings. And if all hands is not put on there to checkmate this abnormality of jihad that is confronting all of us, bearing as us in our eyes, we are in problem. So the orientation you people are giving is okay, but the biggest challenge facing this issue is those at home, our people at home. Those in Europe and diaspora, they understand the problem and they are doing their best to see what they can do. But those at home, they don't understand what the problem is at all. That is where the problem is.
Exactly. They don't know.
I want to let everybody understand that these people we are facing are there is nothing peaceful about them, and the earlier we understand this, it will be better for all of us to know that whether you are Oduduwa, whether you are from Oyo State, whether you are from Oshun, whether you are from Rivers, whether you are from Imo State, now when they come, there is no difference between an Oshun man and another number man. All they know is that Nigeria belongs to their forefather, Osman Danfodio, and they have the right to kill everybody in order to sustain that. So now I want us to start educating our people back home, because they are the problem. They don't even know what is going on. They don't know that any moment from now there could be a war in Nigeria, and there are the consequences of the killings that will ensue. So now I really want to encourage you people to continue with this program on daily basis, education on our people on the need to avoid this impending disaster. The Nigerian economy is in shambles. Nigeria will not be able to pay salary in the coming months. And the biggest problem is that our leaders, the politicians, are not concerned. Nobody is talking about what will happen in a few months' time. This is happening in a few months' time. It's no longer yet. So because by the time Nigeria government cannot pay June, July, August salaries, there is going to be chaos. And the governors we are looking upon, they are not interested in that. They are more interested in their political career. So that is why somebody like Governor Baseki has brought in the Chinese in those states to start
we're gonna be rounding it up with you. You need to say
sharing contaminated kits.
Yeah, Mr.
People.
Yeah,
so he's not even bothered about what will happen.
Yeah, you've got 1 more minute.
His only interest is how he retains his post as the governor of Edo State.
Yeah, you've got 1 more minute because we've got callers on the queue as well. So you want to round up?
Okay. So let's pick up my recent shot.
Yeah.
So the Chinese have come.
Yeah.
And they are already giving them the title in the north, coronating them with their northern and all these things.
Yeah.
And we should know that the Chinese colonialism is going to be different from the British.
Okay.
At least the British people are lenient. Once you give them your resources, they are okay with it. But the Chinese, they are coming to kill you. So what is happening to black people in China today?
Thank you very much.
Clear indication that when they come, we are all in a very big mess.
Yeah, thank you very much for your call, Mr. Onyechido.
No.
Yeah, we lost him. Yes, over to you in the studio.
The number is actually
over to you.
Now is 020-8180-0433. 020-8180-0433. And if you're calling from abroad, it's +44-20-8180-0433. Okay, thank you very much, the gentleman that spoke. Please, if you're speaking, you need to do us a favor and make it very, very snappy so that we can take more calls. I'm still waiting to fill screen number 6. I'm still waiting to fill screen number 6. So, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back to Fatai. I think we were with Fatai before the gentleman called. So Fatai, fire on, please. Yeah.
Yes, the point I was making was that Nigeria actually is no more existing. What we are seeing now is an entrapment whereby South Nigeria is actually being worked towards the doomsday. Unless we wake up now in the South to realize that danger is inherent, we might be consumed with time without knowing. So that is why what we need to be doing now, as the man who spoke to, who just called said, is educating our people. Now this program is going on now. It's supposed to be educating people about what is going to happen in Nigeria so that they can get prepared. But a country of 60 years that has got no electricity, that has only 2 or 3 hours of electricity supplied in 24 hours. These things are being done deliberately, and it is just being used. The electricity in Nigeria is being used as a weapon of mass destruction. It's deliberate. So, those people who have made Nigeria their only port, they don't want to give up because the government is always bribing them for support. So we have to come to our senses down the south.
I'm sorry, we have another caller on the line from the United States of America. So we're gonna take what he wants to say to us. Caller, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Abu Henry. So I'm very excited about this program because when I started watching this program, I'm very excited about it. So what I want to talk about this issue is that we all have seen what is going on in Nigeria, understand? But it is high time we guys gonna come together and put heads together to sort out or to look for solution on what we are going to do about this. But the first, what I want to talk about is that I'm not trying to, to insult anyone or to give bad names to anyone, but I want us to be specific. I want us to say the truth of the matter. What I'm trying to say is that, all these Yoruba media, if they can be able to say the truth or to post exactly what is happening to that country, believe me, that country will fall under 1 week. Understand? What I'm saying, I'm not supporting, I support that both Igbo, Biafran and the Yoruba should join hands together to fight this. Understand?
We've got a caller. We've got a caller from the United States.
Thank you very much, sir. We've taken your point on, sir. So we're going to take another caller now, sir. We really appreciate
that. Caller.
Hello?
Yes, hello, caller. Yes. Yes. You're through to the program.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're through to the program. Yeah, what's your name and you're calling from the States?
Okay, yeah, my name is Frank. I'm calling
from California. Frank from California. Yes, you've got 3 minutes, Frank.
Okay, thank you so much. We've actually pondered over this issue again and again and again. I think it's the right time we all stand together, Odudua, Biafra, come together because we can't continue to watch this Fulani government, you understand, trying to ruin our future. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And secondly, there's something I observe on this post, and people use fake accounts, bogus accounts, to open to set up a Facebook account in either Biafran name or Dudua's name to insult the other person.
Yeah.
That's it. Secondly, the more time, the more difficult it becomes. You understand? I think it's better now or never.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say? Yes, yeah. There's a way we can.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for that.
I've got about 6 on the queue for you. Yeah, carry on. 1 more minute.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I've got 6 more people on the queue. Yeah, so you've got less than a minute.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So
Thank you.
basically, what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that we have to come together. I'm a veteran, right?
Right.
We have to come together as Biafra and so we can push these people back.
Yeah. All right.
So we can push these people and
we're gonna change the scenario. The caller.
Right.
Thank you very much for that.
So,
Everybody takes 1 minute
Okay.
now.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Everybody
And I'll
takes
move
1
on to the
minute,
next
yeah?
caller.
Everybody 1 minute, yeah? Hold on, please.
Yeah. Hello, caller.
yeah, hello. Yeah, good evening.
Yes. Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Again, from the States.
My name is Anthony. I'm calling from Italy.
What did you say your name is?
Anthony Roy, I'm calling from Italy.
Okay, Anthony from Italy. Yes. Carry on. You've got your 3 minutes now, Anthony.
Yeah, what I want to say is, if you look at the problem in Nigeria, the need that follows, and also the Yoruba is among of the problem of that thing because of a little threat and what they will benefit is what we are facing. According to the second to the last person, if the Yoruba, we tell the exactly what is happening in Nigeria. Believe you, Nigeria can never even last for a week before it will disintegrated. Whereby they can never tell us exactly what is happening. When they hear about these issues, all of them will turn their eyes upside down. They are in a threat.
All right.
When you are in a threat, you can never do anything. Your future is no more in your hands.
So you are advocating for you're saying that Yoruba is the real problem of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's move on to the next caller. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, caller.
Yes. How are you, sir?
Yes. What's your name and whereabout are you calling from, sir?
Colonel from South Africa.
Cornell from South Africa. Yeah. Carry on. You've got your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Yes, I thank you that answer the good word. And I'm impressed, and I just want to give my contribution because let our people and let people and Yoruba understand that we are one family, and I believe that we can do it together.
Yeah.
Let's forget about because now technology has transformed a lot of things. Understand me?
Yeah.
And secondly, we should understand that Nigerian government invested a lot of money in media. Look at a government that surrounded themselves with media personnel, understand me, to help them to produce narrative, false news, that they can be able to actualize their vision. Understand? So let's every Biafra, every Oduduwa, let us come together and fight this because this is a battle. And I believe that with the massive effort, people are coming out. Understand me, intellectuals are coming out. So very soon, we are going to empower them, no matter how much they invest there. Understand? Because I believe that unity is power. They try to divide us. Some of us that are too self-centered, that love money. Because that is the basic thing. The thing that is killing Nigeria is money.
I've got about 6 more other callers, Cornell. Let's round up. Let's round up.
Let me just round up. My people, thank you. I believe that as long as we keep on educating us, gradually, the forces will be formed. Understand? People that believe in one Nigeria, like Shawole, I told Shawole when he started, but I told people that Shawole is a politician.
Can we stop the caller?
The ideology of one Nigeria
Thank you very much, guy. I really appreciate you guys calling. It's very important we keep to the rules. The rules is that we won't spend more than 1 minute. I'm going to be dispatching Mr. Udo at the moment because he needs to go. I really appreciate your efforts for joining us today. It's been wonderful having you on the program. And we think and we believe we can fight this cause together. Before you go, give us your final word, sir.
Thank you very much. My final word is simply this. I would want Nigerians to, at this point, stop the idea of just following for the sake of following. And that Nigerians need to begin to realize that staying in your comfort zone won't save you from the impending situation that is about to happen, that would show you what my brother Fatai is talking about. Fatai has made it clear that somehow events has sped up a situation where we now discover that Nigeria had ceased to exist long ago. Now that these events are coming in, you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of history. So what we need at this point is, I know for a lot of people is fear. The fear of how, if I don't identify with Nigeria, what am I identifying with? What am I going to be? What is going to happen to my life? Also, well, staying where you're staying at this point, you also don't want to see the tsunami of really catastrophic events that will be coming down on those who decide that they want to remain in their comfort zone. So it is time for us at this point to let you know, give you information, make sure that you're well informed. You need to start thinking for yourself. You need to start calculating. You need to start looking. You need to stop listening to people who will just tell you, well, stay the course. It doesn't matter. I mean, PDP, APC, all those things are going to be swept away at a very catastrophic level of events because of the kind of things we're about to see. So leave it alone at this point. Get yourself informed and start to make quick decisions, because it's going to be those who are thinking will stay alive. Those who want to follow like sheep will die this time around. It's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. And so we need people who are thinking about their descendants, people who are ready to make the right decisions. And as far as you are informed, I believe you're going to do the right thing. So I want to thank even the gentleman. Thank you for your time. Everybody's time is precious. But for the loss that you all have, Fatai, Bello, my brother too, Sam himself, all of you, time is precious. But for you, this is love. This is what is called love. For you to come out and tell the people that this is what is happening. This is what is happening. Don't forget, we all were Nigerians. And for us to stick our necks out like this, to come and talk about this situation, then it means it's serious. It is very, very serious. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you also for the person who brought us in, for bringing me into your show.
Thank you very much.
We want to wish everybody a beautiful future with the information we're giving to you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate you. And we'll catch up with you somehow. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay. Before we go, I'm going to be bringing Olayomi Koiki in a minute. And I'm going to bring him on the live video so that it will be easy for me to manage the rest of the day. I'm going to give you back to you, Frank. Take the next one, please. Next one, Frank, yeah?
Yeah. Now, I think I gathered from the last telephone conversation.
Hold on a minute, please, Uncle Frank. Yeah? I have a caller here. I'm going to take him quickly, yeah? Go ahead, sir. Hello?
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for the good work you are doing. This is the time that any conscious human being, whether from any side of the earth, should come out and speak out. Because what is going on in Nigeria now is something we know that will consume all of us, whether we are in Nigeria or not, because we have relations and relatives there. Now, what I'm trying to say quickly is that each of these regions that make up the component called Nigeria have made enormous sacrifice. The Yorubas have made an enormous sacrifice, and they have paid with their lustrous sons and lost their space and resources to Fulani jihadists. The same to the Igbos and every other ones, except these conquerors called Fulani jihadists. They have been, and there is no. In fact, what am I going to say? When Buhari stood before the crowd and said, "Inshallah, I will take Islam to all part of Nigeria." Is that not what is happening now? I am telling you that this man has acquired dangerous chemical weapons from Pakistan and other places, other rogue nations, to wage this jihadist war. This is not the time for us to wait. We have to do anything. We are not going to fight because we don't have arms. We don't want to fight. But we will do. A word of mouth is even more dangerous than sword. We have to alert international communities anywhere, anybody, anywhere we can do for us to let them alert them that genocide is coming to Nigeria by the terrorist government of Buhari, Buhari, and we have to do that quickly as much as possible so that we can save our people. We can save them from a forceful occupation. They have been stockpiling. Where are these billions that these people are they collected from the loan, from the resources from the loan, from everywhere? We cannot see one single achievement in Nigeria. They are stockpiling all this money in Islamic Bank.
I have to stop you there because we have about 20-something people waiting. So I give like 10 seconds to round up, sir.
All right. So what I am saying is that we are all in the same page. This is not time for Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo to start accusing each other. Yorubas have lived in the western part of the country, Yoruba's land, peacefully without any attack. I have worked in northern Nigeria, and every year there's slaughter. Every year, it's either in Kaduna or Kano or Borno or Jos or Bauchi. They slaughter Southerners, and they call all of us infidel, Nyamri. This is not the time to start differentiating. We should come together and fight our common enemy. The Hausa jihadists, Fulani people are, sorry, not all Hausas. The Fulanis are the real enemy we have. We need to come together and fight them in whatever way we can fight to liberate our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go back to Frank now quickly. Frank, quickly, take one or two callers and we keep exchanging like that. Go ahead.
Yes, I think the vibes that I got from the three callers, Frank from California, is that both the Southern Protectorate, the West and the East should come together. Anthony from Italy equally said Yoruba are the problems of Nigeria. Cornell from South Africa said Igbo and Yoruba are one family and that they should come together.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Take caller. Is there people waiting on the call? I want somebody from the Biafran Nation to come in. Somebody from the Biafran Nation, please. Because I'm not going to call you group anymore. I believe you are a nation by the grace of God. I will probably use Muhammadu Buhari's word that say, Inshallah. You are a nation by Inshallah too. Okay. Let's go to... we've not given a lot of attention to Fatai since every time he wants to speak, we always try to cut him short. Fatai Okuribido, over to you.
Yeah, Moderator, thank you very much. I was trying to make a point yesterday, and that point was that I made yesterday was that if not for the civil fact that this government was wrestled from Jonathan in 2015, by now Nigeria could have been a different place entirely. As I said yesterday, we established that if he had insisted in staying in power in 2015, trouble could have been brewed for 2 years, and then 2017, they could have gone. But I mean the North. But the simple fact that Jonathan was able to relinquish that power because Aso Rock was to be bombed so that he would at least run away, abdicate, so that Sambo could have come there so they can rally around as usual as, you know, whoever is there, the Kaaba. So the game now changed because since Jonathan used the incumbency power to make sure that he retained that power and ended it through, subduing the Boko Haram from bombing Aso Rock and these other things, the next level to that is the invasion and the overall, the running over of the South Nigeria. If anybody is in doubt of what I said we had in an embassy in 2014 around September, where that ambassador to Africa was telling us that we should not argue ourselves about Nigeria issue that in 2017 that the North was going. If you are in doubt, cast your mind back. What happened in June 6, 2017, when the Arewa youths told the Igbos to leave the North? That goes to show that what we had in that embassy in 2014 was to materialize. And throughout the 3 months of the deadline given to the Igbos, there was not any particular iconic figure in the North that responded. These people, they are in unity, they know what they are doing. We are the only one that is being taken as fools in the South.
Mr. Okuribdo, I'm gonna cut you short again. I'm gonna bring somebody else into actually on the phone line.
Okay.
Caller, go ahead, sir.
Hello, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You've only got 1.5 minutes, yeah, and your time start now, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a wonderful work, which we have doing for a long time. Where I'm saying is that Igbo, Yoruba should come together because there is many names answered by Yoruba attacking Igbo. There's many names answered by Igbo attacking Yorubas. I think in this time it will not be a good thing for us to be attacking each other. Let's come to one. With this program like this, things will be different. That is where I'm talking. With a program like this, there must be a difference. The people will know where they belong. Our people are supposed to know where they belong, what is going on, what is happening, what will happen to them if they keep doing.
Okay, I lost that caller, which is a good thing though. I really appreciate that.
The phone line is open again because I shut it down because we had 99 calls since it shut down.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take this one quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
We've got a caller.
Could you turn your system down, please?
Hello.
Yes, hello, caller. We've got a caller on the line here.
Okay, you take that one first.
Yes, hold on. I think I'm trying to communicate with the studio.
Frank?
Yeah. We've
first.
got a caller here.
Yeah, take your caller first, yeah?
Yes, carry on, caller. What's your name? Fran?
He's calling from France.
Okay, you're calling from France. What is your name, sir?
My name is Mike.
Mike from France, yes. You've got 3 minutes, Mike from France. Carry on.
1 minute. 1 minute. He's got 1 minute.
Oh, the moderator said 1 minute.
Not because you have need more force from Nigeria.
More force.
More force, more action. Not only on internet.
Okay.
Most of us in Europe have internet to push. But people in Nigeria don't have that. Some they are struggling. Also, we know that's really hard. And we need more force.
We should do a WhatsApp call. We have WhatsApp call now, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
to do it quickly
Mike.
Because I got a lot of call waiting.
Thank you very much. I think there's another call coming in from the other side on WhatsApp.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take this one now. Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Go ahead, yeah.
My name is David calling from it.
Thank you, David. Quickly, to your point, straight to your point.
Yes. Hello, caller. Just hold on.
In this program is that it is good for us to be free.
Yeah,
what we are fighting for.
Yeah.
But my problem is that we have lost trust where Yoruba is because Awolowo showed it to Ojukwu.
Yeah.
And now they kind of have proved it to the Yorubas that we are ready to go. Yeah. But Yorubas are not making any move. Even their brother, Usibanjo, in Asorok, is not making any move to show
Thank you very much, caller. I'm going to go to the next caller. We've taken that one on board. We will put more trust, and this is why we're bringing people together now. We will try and put more trust together now. I'm going to take the next call quickly. Yeah? Go ahead, caller. Go ahead. You got 1 minute. Introduce yourself, please. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is David. I'm calling from India.
Thank you, David.
Yes, what I want to contribute in this program is I think it's very, very important for the Igbos and the Yorubas to come together.
Thank you.
Because it's just like a family. Because if from my own side, the Igbo have nothing, any bad agenda for the Yorubas. You understand? Because if you watch, you see that we have a lot of Igbos in Yoruba land.
That's correct.
And they have invested almost their life in that particular land. Yeah. You understand? If we don't have confidence in Yorubas, we will not invest
so much
life
money
in that particular
caller,
land.
thank you very much for that. We will take that one on board. And we really, one of the reasons we put this program together with the Biafrans and the Odua people is because we want to tell people that we are together. Thank you very much for contributing. I'm going to take the next caller now. Thank you. Go ahead, caller. You've only got 1 minute. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Lawrence Idojogugu. I'm calling from Asia.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Go.
Yeah,
what's your point?
Please, I beg everybody, everybody listening for me, anyone that call, make it 1 minute. So try to obey the rule, please, because we are many calling, trying to, mouth on what we are saying.
Lawrence,
so
you only got 25 seconds left. Go straight to your point.
Yeah. What my point is that we Biafran, I'm a Biafran, and we Biafran love everybody. We even love foreigners more than ourselves, and we only hate the stupidity of people. Even if my mother or my father is stupid, I love that stupidity in him or her. So we love Yoruba people, but we encourage Yoruba people to wake. So people saying that we don't love Yoruba people, we love Yoruba people more than ourselves. But we are surprised. I'm surprised that even Oshowore, after going to prison, that he failed. So I'm encouraging Yoruba people, you people. I thank you people to join hands for this program now, and I hope that it will yield a good fruit.
Thank you very much, sir. Lawrence is going to yield a good fruit. I'm going to go to the next caller now. Thank you very much, Lawrence.
When you wake up, we are able to follow people, to help people and support people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from Dubai.
Thank you very much. Your point is 30 seconds.
Okay, actually, I'm fine. I'm calling from Dubai.
Yeah.
Now you can see what is happening in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu have united the people, the Biafrans, okay?
Yeah.
So I expected the Arewa to get someone that can unite them to fight for this goal. So that way we can be able to move ahead.
I don't think the Arewa wants to leave to go to anywhere. I don't think they want to go anywhere. So we don't want to worry ourselves about the Arewa. So we're gonna leave the Arewa alone.
No, sorry, not Arewa. I mean the Yorubas.
Okay. This is what we're trying to do now to bring everybody together. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take the next caller now. Thank you. Next caller, what do you have to say? Frank, I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna take call from the other side as well. Frank, go ahead. Yeah.
I should go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Take calls.
Okay, yes, caller, carry on. It's your turn.
Okay.
What's your name? What's your name and where you call?
Just hold on there.
My name is Jide. I'm calling from Manchester here in the United Kingdom.
Okay, Jide from Manchester. Carry on. Because you've been waiting for a long time, I think I'll use my discretion. 2 minutes for you, Jide.
You're welcome. Thank you. What I really want to say is our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
He has been doing a lot by going on the Radio Biafra, Facebook, and etc. to make sure people downtown in Nigeria know exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
But I think the Yoruba media has a very big role to play.
Yeah.
But the Yorubas, I would say, are blessed with journalism. But they are not using this key to unfold what is happening in Nigeria. But I believe strongly the moment the Yoruba media starts using their power and their key, Nigeria will fall under 2 days.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is exactly what I want to contribute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chidi. Thank you very much for that call. Thank you. Yes, over to you in the studio. Oh, another caller. Let's take this.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's take that as well.
Go ahead.
Should we
go
take
ahead,
it?
Frank, take yours first.
Yes. Hello, caller. Oh dear, on can gone. Hello, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Please, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Patrick.
Patrick. Where are you calling from?
From Italy.
Italy. Okay, the floor is yours. 2 minutes, Patrick.
Okay, yeah. I would maybe in the future I would like to be part of your live program there. You can link me or not. Meanwhile, I don't want to make it very good. There is something I want to educate our people about. At the point we are now, there are a lot of people who are still why they are still blaming the things that happened in 1967 to 70. We are in the year 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Especially to our Biafran people, to drop the mindset of our past experience and see how we can all work together to liberate ourselves. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, we can't work with this, you can't work with that. The reality is that as Biafrans alone, we cannot face the fight. And as Oduduwa alone, they can't face the fight. We should be able to find a common ground to agree on how to liberate ourselves.
Okay, caller, we're going to find a common ground to agree and liberate ourselves. Thank you for calling. We're going to take the next person now. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Caller, go ahead now, please. Go ahead. You only got 45 seconds.
Okay, good evening, sirs.
Good evening.
Okay, I want to say something. My name is Echi. I'm calling from France.
Thank you,
we all understand all these problems. The liberation of the problem again is just taking time. I believe even people in Nigeria, they know this problem, but they are afraid to talk because even if we are in Nigeria, we cannot talk because they will get us, all of us arrested the next minute. Just let's talk about the way forward, not the problem, because everybody understands these problems. The way forward. Let's talk about the way forward, not the problem. All of us understand the problem. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for making it very snappy. Okay, guys, don't call again. Don't call again for some seconds. Let's do something else in the studio. Let's take this caller quickly, and then we're gonna take the phone down. Go ahead, caller.
Good evening from here. My name is Oromi Chasli. I'm calling from France.
Thank you. What do you want to say? 45 seconds, sir.
Yeah, what I want to say, I want to talk about the disintegration of Nigeria. I'm in support to that. But for us to achieve that, if we don't really want it to be bloody, so I guess we that live in diaspora, we need to come up with an idea for us to support people financially. They not just contribute a little money. You know, the politicians in Nigeria, they do everything. They have their way to power, to get to power with money. So we have to support some candidate, maybe the candidate that have the interest of a referendum, you know. So when we have such people, then we vote them in. If the PDP or APC are giving people 20,000 naira, we should be up to give them 30,000 naira.
Okay, thank you, caller. I'm going to take the next man now. Thank you very much for your input. Next caller, you've only got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. I'm calling from Istanbul, Turkey.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to contribute issue of coming together with the Yoruba.
Okay.
Coming together with Biafra and Oduduwa Republic, and I know by God's grace it will come in a good, because I believe in the Yoruba. I live in Yoruba. I have a house in the Itile, Lagos, and I believe we come together, we achieve many things. Destroying Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, the gentleman from Italy. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Next caller, go ahead. And your time start now. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Hello. My name is Mokom. I'm calling from Biafra land.
Thank you very much. Oh, hallelujah. Go ahead, sir.
I really want to appreciate what you guys are doing.
You're welcome, sir.
Right now, what I'll be happy of is more force. I want you people more united. Nobody's hitting anybody. We love ourselves. What comes between us is this House of Fulani propaganda and all those things. That's what they put between us. We are all the same people. We are one people. Yoruba, Igbo, we are the same people. All we need right now is one force.
Thank you.
Bring more people on hand.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the next man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Caller, go ahead, sir. Hello, sir. Yes, I love this one because it's Biafra flag. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
What I wanted to contribute on this program is this. The Oduduwa nation needs a strong voice like him now. When Chowole come out from the street, our leader, I believe our leader has told him what to do. And he came out and still be looking where to become a politician in Nigerian government, which will not help the situation of the masses.
Okay.
What Oduduwa needs is a strong voice that will stand, will not take the freedom of Oduduwa with energy.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. I'm going to have to go now. I'm going to have to take the next caller. Next caller, go ahead. Hello, go ahead.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Yes, sir. I'm calling from Malaysia. Can you hear me very well?
We can hear you. You only got 25 seconds left, sir.
Okay, my own contribution is that I love the idea of coming together. The 1 million question is that Yoruba people, are they ready to go get their freedom?
Okay, thank you very much. Yoruba people, I believe they're listening to you and they will make that decision.
Number two is that if Yoruba has media to speak to the local people of Yoruba people, I mean those people who cannot understand it, they should start now telling their people how to what they need in order to get their own freedom. I mean the local people in Yoruba land, those people that don't understand English. So they should start, educating them and telling them what to do. And based on the system of government that Yoruba operate.
Fantastic. Thank you for your contribution. Yeah. I'm gonna go now. Next caller, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. My name is Tony. I'm calling from Italy.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Yeah, please, we want the Fulani to leave us. They should leave us alone. The Yoruba people, we are one. We are one family. Let the Fulani go with their problem. We don't need them anymore.
Okay.
We don't need them, sir. We don't need them anymore. We thank you. We really appreciate you. God continue to bless you and your entire family, sir. We love your great work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
This is what we need. Today's one of my happiest days. I love this.
Thank you, sir.
To speak, we are very happy to speak.
Next caller, please. Next caller.
Hello, thank you for having me. The big one, we have a series this time.
What's your name and where you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Kuwait, Ability.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for calling.
Yeah, at this time, I think we have been talking a lot. Nnamdi Kanu has been talking. Simon Ekpa has been talking. A lot of people have been talking. And only recently, the Yoruba started is a welcome development. My contribution now is that we all have to devise a model. But Nigerians are already waiting. They just want to see somebody up front and a pattern in which we need to follow and handle this thing once and for all.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the other side of the studio. Thank you for your contribution. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Guys, don't call in again for some time. Let's try and pick some call from the studio. Don't call in again for some time. Let's try and pick some call from the studio. Okay. Frank, I'm back with you for some time. Frank, go ahead. Frank, go ahead.
Yes, yes. I think what I gathered from the three last caller, although the phone kept ringing, but it was ringing from your end there as well. So Mike from France said we need more forces from Nigeria in terms of actions from both the East and the western part of Nigeria. Chidi from Manchester said the Yoruba media must have to use their power to sanitize the entire region. And then we were talking about this on how we can change the orientation of the people yesterday. And then Patrick from Italy said the blame should stop now. That blame from 1950 should stop now, and that the Southeast and the Southwest should work in unison to achieve the desired goal and the results that we all crave for. So I'll hand over back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. We're going to have to go and take figures because the figures from the coronavirus in zoo is is showing something different today. And I'm getting worried about it. So we're going to take some figures from Olayomi Koiki, our media expert, and I'm going to introduce to you the gentleman who consists as well. I think there's a bit of echo somewhere. Okay, the gentleman on screen 6, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Sunday. I'm calling from United Arab Emirates.
Thank you for calling, sir.
Yeah, I've been patiently listening to everyone. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Frank, I love your program. Good work, nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I listen to your programs a lot. Yeah, good one. However, I have been listening to so many callers and contributions from Mr. Udo and also to Simon, who has left. Wonderful contributions. They've all made a very, very important point, which must be taken very, very seriously. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Because I want you to go ahead so that I can dispatch you.
It's all right. Now, following Nigerian politics, you will discover that it's not just what the people want that the so-called leaders are following. It's just what they just cook up for themselves for their own benefit. Now, we've all known that this is not for the interest of the masses. That is, the so-called leadership in Nigeria is just to enrich very few people. Okay. Now, I think the sensitization has started already, and a whole lot of persons are aware that it's no longer what it used to be. Nigeria is no longer the same. As a matter of fact, Nigeria has never been the same. Okay. Now, we should go to the next level by engaging international community in any way we can in order to achieve this. Why those at home that probably may be listening to us will also send across to them for them to sensitize those at home. This is what is coming. Why those outside should use their wisdom, their power to also push it through the UN, through the various diplomatic means that we can use. And it must start now. Because if we say we should wait, believe you me, these guys, they already know their plans. We cannot rely on the medias on any platform anymore, especially those coming from Nigeria. We cannot rely on the Channel TV, the TVC, the AIT, and so on. Those stations have been compromised, which we all know that. They cannot speak against the government. If not, they will just come and seal off the place, which we are aware of that. So most times when they say Yoruba media are biased, but you will not understand it from their own point of view that more like they are caged. Like when you are caged because they are compromised. They are collecting from the bad leaders in Nigeria. They're collecting from them from left, right, center. Who is the highest bidder? Okay, not necessarily what people say. You can imagine what is happening around the world. Down to China, Nigerians are being beaten, threatened. I watched a video online today. Look at how they are beating a Nigerian on the streets. Whereas our so-called foreign minister, Onyema, is saying that they are alleging What is alleging when the evidence are so there, are so clear, and you said that people are alleging? What is alleging there when you have a serious evidence to make case? That goes to the question to ask, if it is in America, can Chinese people do this to American citizens? Can Chinese citizens do the UK citizens? Can Chinese citizens do this to a German citizen? And the answer is no. So why must it be Africans? And yet our government and so-called government are not doing anything. The political class are not saying anything. Even the businessmen are not even saying anything. Every person seems to be comfortable with it. So it's very, very up. However, I must commend your effort so far. Still we are on the right track. They said it's better late than never. Now it is the time for us to let them know that we are the masses. There are few, and once the masses speak, once the majority speak, and that's all. And the majority are now speaking. So we don't need a soothsayer to come and tell us that Nigeria, Nigeria. We must have to either South come together. Yes, I can assure you that. Yes, I have a lot of Yoruba friends. Yorubas are not the problems of the Igbos. The Yorubas are not the problems of the Igbos. The Igbos are not the problems of the Yorubas. If you take it back to right from 2003, you remember what happened in Kano? How many people was killed simply because of what? So many people knows the history of this country and how they have, especially the Christians, routinely, and nothing will come out of it.
Yes.
Look at what has been happening in all parts of the state. No single arrest has been done. You discover that they closed Cotonou, Lagos Cotonou border, and the border at the north was just as free as anything.
Yes.
So
Anyway,
what is all that to tell us?
I'm going to try and stop you there. You are a star because you said something that amazed me. You said something that seriously amazed me. And I want Frank to say something about what you said, especially in the terms of we should work with international body. Are you a lawyer?
No. I intend studying law, but unfortunately, I'm a professional baker.
Okay. Because he seems to know the right route to use. Because using international brokers will make things a little bit better. Sometimes, not every time. Frank Bello.
Yes, I think
Thank you very much, Uncle. I'm
working
gonna let you
with
go now. Thank you. Yeah, Frank Bello, go ahead.
yeah, I think working with the international organization or whatever we want to work with, whosoever we want to work with from the international scene, we still very much depend on the type of pressure that both the Southeast and the Southwest are putting in place at the moment. Now, I think from what I gathered now, because it seems that there has been a lot of blame game between the Southeast and the Southwest, claiming that the Yoruba media, they're not saying this, they're not being truthful to what is going on. But let me give you a very quick rundown of what it is like in terms of the main active media organizations, because you see, the international bodies that will probably come to our rescue will rely on that particular piece of information that is being disseminated by the different media channels, the mainstream. I'm talking about the newsprint, below the line media. And when we talk about the main ones, let me quickly run you through them. We've got the Tribune, we've got the Punch, we've got the Guardian, This Day, New Nation, Sun, and Leadership. Now, when we look at this mainstream below the line media, Tribune is owned by the Southwest. Tribune happens to be part of the Odua Investment Group. Tribune is still functioning 70 years after it was formed. Punch, Southwest. These are indigenous publishing houses. Guardian, the Hebrew family from the Midwest, Edo State. This day, equally from, well, the East, basically. New Nation, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sun is a typical East newspaper, and leadership is attributed to the North. So we've got Tribune, Punch, and New Nation in as the main paper, because Guardian, we see it as the Midwest, and then This Day and so on in the East. Now, of the three that I'm going to outline here, Tribune, Punch, and New Nation. New Nation is owned by Bola Tinubu. Tribune, that is now leaving us with Tribune and Punch. And of course, we know the stand of the publishing philosophy and the editorial hospitality of both the Tribune and the Punch. Now, let's move on to the mainstream electronic media, which is above the line, that are currently in operation in Nigeria. We've got the TVC. Who owns the TVC? The same man, Bola Tinubu, that owns the New Nation, owns the TVC. The NTA. Who owns the NTA? Well, the federal might, that Lai Mohammed, that Mr. Liar, that big mouth Mr. Lai Mohammed, who happens to be the Minister of Information, that is under his control. Channels TV, Channels News, is owned by who? It is owned by John Momo. John Momo is from where? John Momo is from the Midwest. And then we've got the AIT. AIT is owned by who? Dokbesi is from where? Dokbesi is from the East. And then we've got a new media that actually broke away from Channels TV, owned by Kayode Akintemi Plus TV in Lagos. Kayode broke away from Channels TV because the same not Daily Momodu, John Momo, who, as a matter of fact, sold his conscience and sold his editorial hospitality to the Fulani government. He's been bought. That's why they've been sympathetic to the Fulani government. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe this is why my Biafran Igbo brothers are referring to the media that is owned by the Southwest. No, the TVC and the New Nation is practically owned by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Dele Alake is the managing director of the TVC. Dele Alake happens to be Bola Ahmed Tinubu Commissioner for Information when he was governor at Alausa there. So we now, you see, when we look at the real nitty-gritty of the Yoruba media, they've not really got any above the line television station that they could call their own. If you want to talk about the Lagos Weekend Television, is practically controlled by the Lagos State government. And who controls Lagos State government? That is a television station that is stationed in Lagos. Their frequency is within Lagos. They cannot broadcast out of Lagos. So we see a situation whereby the only media, and obviously everyone knows the stand of the Punch. Punch was the only Southwest newspaper. This was established by Oluwaboderi and Ibadan man. Punch was the very first newspaper from the Southwest that addressed the issue that they will resort to calling General Muhammadu Buhari and not President Muhammadu Buhari. So we've only got Tribune and the Punch existing in the Southwest. And because I don't see New Nation and I don't see TVC as being a Southwest thing, because it is an APC project, basically. So I think I have to run people through, but with the exception of social media like Heritage TV, my own activities, Simon Ekpa's activities on Facebook, Nnamdi Kanu's activities on Facebook, and many other people who are enlightening and then throwing more light to educate Nigerians out there. So I think we have to really look into the issue of how the Igbo community and the entire Biafran nation are having to castigate and then accuse the the Yoruba media of colluding and
I
not
think we
saying the
won't
truth
go.
and
We
then
won't go whether
supporting them.
they're accusing. We won't talk about them being passing accusation. The reason I said we won't go is that one of the things we need to do is to educate people, and you've managed to do that very well tonight. Because with a lot of education, a lot of people will know what is right and what is wrong. Some people say so many things that they might not know. So now with this kind of platform, with this kind of unity we did today, with this kind of collaboration, the more we have this kind of collaboration, the better it's gonna be for all of us. Because we will now end up doing what people did not ever imagine we can do together. Igbo cannot say they don't want to be part of Yoruba because they are all over the place in Yoruba land. And Yoruba cannot say they don't want to be part of Igbos because they team up. They've glued together. They can't live it. Can they uproot all their houses in Lagos? Can they
No, they
now pack
definitely
all
because
so we
I
can't do
think I
without
think
being
I think
together?
Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I think, Mr. Moderator, you are quite right because when we look at the way both the Southeast and the Southwest, they've really integrated into their meat. It is amazing because, I mean, I perhaps, if I wasn't too promiscuous in my younger days, back in Nigeria, I probably should have ended up with a Biafran woman as a wife rather than an Edo woman. But something just went wrong along the line that I then said because it was a competition between Edo and Biafran woman. Because I mean, I'm a Yoruba man, but to be honest with you, I believed that a Yoruba woman would probably. I mean, perhaps I'm wrong, but I just have that notion that an Igbo woman or somebody out of my own race will treat me better than my own Yoruba woman. So that was a choice, but I probably should have ended up with one of them. And what if I end up with an Igbo woman and I married an Igbo woman? So many of my friends are married, they've crossed that boundary. Now, where do we want to throw them? What about all the Igbo businesses in Lagos? What about all the Igbo businesses in Akure, in my town, in Ondo State, spread all across the Southwest? So we've really we're already interwoven. We've really gone deep, but you won't see that kind of deepness between the Igbo community and the Biafrans and the Oduduwas than it's not common between the North and the Southwest or the Southeast. Over to you in the studio.
Great, thank you very much. I'm gonna take this caller because this caller has been very, very persistent, and I know he might have something tangible to say. Brother, can I say something to you? Have you liked the page?
I will.
Okay, because I'm giving you exceptional treatment now.
Enjoy this night and.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for that.
give you
Thank
1.5
you for that.
minutes to say whatever you want to say, and your time starts now.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. My name is Most Favor, and I'm calling you from Kingdom of Netherlands.
Yes.
I must immediately I dropped and I'm like, great. Then let me make my own contribution. One, I must say kudos to the good work you guys are doing because right now, just like the other of our brother also said, he analyzed the media and who owns them and who controls them. But at this very point in time, I want to start with something. I want to start by saying something to those that believe that number is the key or population is the key or it's an advantage. If actually that population, how big the nation is, if it's an advantage, why did European nation split in 1 million, 2 million, 3 million? There are a lot of countries here, independent countries here in Europe. So many of them are less than 1 million. Some are less than 2 million. So if they believe that population is a key, what stops them being one nation? But they split themselves in order to be able to manage themselves. The whole of Europe as a whole, the whole of EU country, the 28 EU country, inception of United Kingdom, they are about 440 million. This is 27 countries, 440 million, 27 countries. Now they come there in Africa and over there in Nigeria precisely and bring about 200 million people together. And some of our illiterate, uncivilized people
lunatics, they'll be telling you that there is mighty in a number. They'll bring us together, they jam us together. So what I'm saying is just to those that are thinking that there is an advantage to the number. I'm telling you, there is no single advantage to that. United States of America, they are today, they are 50-something country. They are all 50-something states. But people that fought Britain to a standstill was just a 13 state. Not after they got their independence, then other states now start to join them and now agree to be part of the United States of America. Out of their willingness. So why am I saying this? The only way forward for that very zoo called Nigeria, the only one forward is total disintegration, to return to who we are and how we were before this vagabond came and did experiment on our head. So that's just my point. And the last thing I have to say before I drop is this. We forming alliance with the Biafrans forming alliance with the Yorubas, or Yorubas forming a formidable alliance with the Biafrans. That's a very good and welcome development. But I must say something needs to be done first. And what is that? Let the Yorubas as a nation, let them organize themselves. I'm not saying that Yorubas are not organized. They are. But let them form that bond within them and know what they want. Just today, Nnamdi Kanu started that move, and today Nnamdi Kanu has brought the whole of Southeasterners together. And everybody today in the whole Eastern region is talking about Biafra. Why? That is the weight of this work this man did. Now, everyone, let me say, 95% of all the people in the whole Eastern region, they are now shouting for Biafra. So the same thing, the Yorubas also need to do that. But channels and Punch cannot do this for us. But you, all of us, more especially in this media age, you guys are the one to bring each and every average Yoruba what they should know. It's not gonna be easy, but you just have to keep doing it. Thank God for the media platform. Every one of you need to keep preaching, keep hammering the word. At a point, our average Yoruba man will see reason that this union is not working. Now, when Yorubas are now organized and have the formidable union within them, then they can now make an alliance with the Biafra. We'll match, and these people will fall on that with it. When the South and the East unite together,
I'm gonna have to let you go. I promise you 2 minutes, but I've actually given you 5 minutes because what you are saying makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. That's why I allow you to go like that. You know what I'm gonna say to you? We're gonna do this more often. We're gonna do it more regularly. Inbox me your number on the WhatsApp. Inbox me. Tell me your name, and then sometimes I might want to invite you. And in the meantime, like the page of Frank Bello, like the page of Koiki Media, like the page of Heritage, like the page of Fatai Ukuribido, like the page of Simon Ekpa, right?
No, I like Simon Ekpa and I'm with him.
Okay, because these are the people that can educate. These are where we can get education from. And do me one favor, especially for the Heritage page. Invite everybody you have on your contacts list to like Heritage. Let me speak to this young man that looks like me. God bless you. Take care. Hello, caller. You know why I answer your call? Because you look like me. Exactly like me. It's only you are more handsome than me. Go ahead. What's your contribution?
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Did you hear what I said about you?
Say again, please.
I said I'm going to answer your call because you look like me. The only difference is that you are more handsome than me. Yeah? So...
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Yes. I called in with one of our the anchor that did in the afternoon, and my name is Charles.
Yeah,
you might sound familiar to him.
Yeah, from Bello.
Yeah. So the fact here is, first of all, I must commend you people for taking up this bold step to want to get us more sensitized and get us involved collectively, and that is one of the most important things. we must acknowledge the fact that we must do this collectively. The Yorubas and the Igbo must do this for it to work. Because in terms of referendum, one region cannot do it alone. Imagine if Yoruba and Igbo decides, okay, we need referendum, and it's conducted together. Then majority, obviously you can predict what the outcome is going to be.
You got 30 seconds left.
Okay, let me state within 30 seconds the reason why I see Nigeria is not workable and it must disintegrate is I cannot be a part of a country that has no should I say no value for human lives, and they don't have a competent media outsource that people can trust. I can't be a part of such nation. There is no sense of unity in Nigeria. I can't be a part of such nation. No competent electoral process in Nigeria. I can't be a part of such nation. The police, extrajudicial killings and all of that, even there is no platform to recognize or to come to the aid of the Nigerians who live abroad when they have a problem. I can't be a part of such nation. So anybody who thinks that Nigeria is going to work, this platform is not for that person. So I employ the Igbos and the Yorubas to see themselves as people who must be together to achieve one objective, which is disintegration of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Engineer Adebayo Adamolekun, thank you for joining. I like your analysis there too. Please make sure you like the page. Bro, make sure you like the page so that you can get notification when we do this more often. People are asking me that Fatai needs to finish his statement. But before he finishes his statement, I'm going to go to Olayomi Koiki. He hasn't been able to give us the figure. And the figure is very, very worrying. Olayomi Koiki, over to you, sir.
Good evening to all the other speakers. And it's been an amazing program, I think, tonight. And the reason why it's amazing is part of educating ourselves and making sure that information are broken down to where we can understand it. Just like so many of us that speaks on air, as not just the mainstream media but the alternative media, people do call and want to know more. And when you said to me that you were going to have Simon Ekber, I now knew that it will also enlighten individuals. And I've listened to Frank Bello in terms of the breakdown, and I think that is very important that we continue to say that, as much as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kept saying that the Yoruba media are the biggest problem, and I keep saying to myself, in a country like Nigeria, and not just Nigeria, in Africa, where we all understand, what the terrain looks like. And it's good now that we're able to at least differentiate which one is the Yoruba media, which one is the government media, and which one is from the other part of the country as well. That now takes me into one of the media that we were just having a conversation right now. The founder of AIT, Raymond Dokwesi, 7 family members tested positive for coronavirus. And that would then take me to the update of the virus itself in terms of the total number coming out of Nigeria. At just about 11 p.m., 1st of May 2020, we've got 238 new more cases that have been added to what we have as at yesterday. We now have a total of 2,170 confirmed cases. 351 have been discharged. 68 people have now officially died in Nigeria of COVID-19. People might disagree with that because, we know in Kano, where I will tell you the number that came out of Kano tonight, that there's been a lot of death coming out of Kano. There's been a lot of controversy coming out of Kano. But one thing we do know is if 3 people are killed in Nigeria, you only need to add another 6 onto that figure. So whatever figure we are getting now your guess is as good as mine. That takes me to 92 confirmed in Kano. Kano topping the table. We might not call it the league table, but they have officially overtaken Lagos in the last 2 days. FCT 36, Lagos 30. We've got 16 in Gombe State, 10 in Bauchi State, 8 in Delta, 6 in Oyo, 5 in Zamfara, 5 in Sokoto, 4 in Ondo State, and we also have 3 in Kwara, 4 in Nasarawa, 3 in Edo State, 3 in Borno, 3 in Yobe, and 2 in Adamawa, 1 in Niger, 1 in Imo, 1 in Ebonyi, 1 in River, 1 in Enugu. And it now takes me back to, in the next 3 days, Lagos, FCT, and Ogun State will officially now be unlocked. And what that means is 20 million residents, those living and working in Lagos State, will be able to mingle around each other. And like someone was saying to me, and so many of us that have been following the coronavirus in Nigeria, there was a fire in Obalende, a tanker fire today, and it seems that the coronavirus that we see here in United Kingdom, in America, maybe might be a different coronavirus in Nigeria, because people continue to work and trouble together, even though it's a kind of a disaster, but we see more people flunging towards the fire, and then there's no 2-meter gaps. Well, whatever is going to be coming out, like they say, whoever have people or individual pregnant, you will definitely get the result of it, whether the baby comes alive or the baby dies. In the next 3 months, whatever is going to be coming out of Nigeria, I'm sure will be more alarming than what we are seeing at the figure today. We'll give you a little bit from what happened at the Chinese embassy, but for now, I will go back to you in the studio.
Way they were treating us, which is very, very unfair. Listen, gentlemen, I really want to say a very big thank you for joining us today. I'm going to go to Fatai Okurubido to analyze his figures more, because people have been asking me to do that. But before that, I need a big favor from every one of you who are online. We still have about 500 people online. I want you to do me a big favor. I want you to make sure you hit that like button and like the page, because we can build it. The more we build it, the better it's going to be. Like my page, like Frank Bello, like Olayomi Koiki, like Fatai Okubido, like Simon Ekbe, like Mr. Udo as well. And we can build it so that every time this kind of educational program comes to light, you will get to know about it. It is very important. I don't want to name today. If you like it. If you don't like it. But if you like it, I will appreciate it. You encourage me to do it more. So let's go to Fatai Okubido. He has so much to pour out. I'm not saying like the program itself. I mean like the page. 739 has liked the program tonight, but I'm gonna send you notification individually so that you can actually like the page. Fatai Okurubido, is your chance. I promise I will not stop you this time around.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So you're so well appreciated. My brother, my friend, Mr. Frambelo, that was a very good analysis of the Nigerian media, and you really struck the nail on the head. And Yomi, well done, as usual. God bless you more. Let me add more to what Frambelo has been analyzing about the Nigerian media. I was trying to explain earlier on during my analysis that our problem started long ago, not just today. Even since 70s, the Nigerian media has been going through so much squeeze, so much sabotage, destruction. So the reason for this is because unless you toe the line of the government, you never ever have it well with them. They will squeeze you with newsprint. They will make sure that importation of printing materials, for you to be able to get the import license, you have to beg and assure that you are going to toe the line of the government. And when you are blaming the Yoruba media today, please, be very much considerate that at times the problem we are having is beyond their control because they want to remain in existence. At times they have to kowtow to the authority. At times they have to actually, even bury their pride just to be able to hang on there. So please, when next you are blaming the Yoruba media, know that the Yoruba nation plays so much diplomacy. We are resilient as a people. We are enduring. We are so much blessed with so much tolerance that this is what has brought us to this day. And this is the price that we are paying now. And may God continue to help us. And let me start again that, you see, what is happening now in the entire southern part of Nigeria, it is not the consensus of the entire southern Nigerians. The people that has been holding our destiny have been so tactical in the day they rule Nigeria. And what they do is they divide to conquer. They go to all the weaklings, give them power, give them money, so that they use them in the so-called federal character or the power balancing, just in pretext. So the real people who really agitate for the emancipation or the development or progress of others, their resources are being they are being diminished. They are being humiliated. They are being disgraced. They are being made to be hungry. They are being brought, down on their knees. It is the tactical maneuvering of the southern Nigeria that has brought us to this level. It is not that the entire Yorubas are those that are actually creating problem. But I categorize them. Those who are genuine among the Yorubas are called the Omoluabis. The others are called the Omoalebis. Those that are born by bastards. And Omotialebi, that is those that are born of the concubines or the bastards. So these are the problems that we have. So when you are trying to analyze the atrocities that are committed by those Omoalebis, don't equate them with the true Omoluabis who are really fighting at the back end to make sure that Yoruba nation emerges, and then crying. We have so many of our elders who have actually died because of these causes, but their voice was never heard. Many of them, even several times, many of them were industrialists. They are deprived of import license. Unless you say, okay, you want to go along or go and make friends with them so that they can convince you that you have to do their will. You won't be given your import license. So a lot of things are happening. But our commerce nature, our resilience has sustained us up to this day in Yoruba land. And let us put that aside now. I love the guy that spoke earlier on that we should not, as I said that, I've said it earlier on, that we don't even need to going back. The solution is what we should be driving at now. Because we cannot stand akimbo when we see most southerners who are looking for life, traveling across the world, being so raped, being so humiliated. At times you watch so many films that emerge in many nations, Asia, America, Europe. You see our children, our underages, even some part of Africa, they are being raped, they are being killed, they are being flogged. Let me ask you, how many Northerners do you think travels abroad? How many? Because they have no reason to do so, because their people are taking care of them. But in the South, we are being left with our own destiny. So this is what I'm saying. We cannot continue like this. Otherwise, what is coming is going to consume us. Let us understand that time has now come for us as Southerners to come under one canopy, under one unity. United we stand and divided we have to fall. It's inevitable. As long as they can penetrate us through their divide and rule tactics, and we kowtow to whatever they want, and we buy it, and we are so divided because they contaminate our minds against each other. Let me tell you, time has now come to us to realize that we have played this game for 60 years. We cannot continue like this. Generations coming are going to be cursing us. And the most dangerous thing right now is many of us now who are in our, maybe many of our leaders who are in the 70s, many of us who are, plus 50s, who are in 60s, as we are now, if we face out, Because history is not, for several years now, history was being taken off the Yoruba and the Nigerian educational syllabus. Because you don't want the future generation coming to know what has what have obtained in the past. If you cannot trace your history, how can you plan for your future? That goes to show you that what is happening now is typically planned. It's a planned work to destroy us in the south. We must rise up now against that destruction. Otherwise, before we know it, we are going to be consumed. I keep saying it. People who are living outside Nigeria, they see beyond us. All these people who are our colonial masters, they see beyond us. And many of them whom God are actually using, they are sending that note for us that the catastrophe coming to Nigeria will be unimaginable. And unless the world leaders rise up in unity to go and approach those who are governing Nigeria now, that it may be too late. If they can be viewed for us outside of Nigeria, and the particular reference was being made to the way the Christians are being humiliated by the northern Muslims, by those who are being supported by different Islamic sects across the world. What more do we want to hear about what is coming? Are we going to wait until we are destroyed? Are we going to wait until we are consumed? This is why we have to be educating our people. Let them understand that things are coming that may beat our imagination. Let them understand that every hand must be on deck to educate those who are not prone to understand. For instance, I'm talking now, you hardly, many parts of, southern Nigeria, they don't have electricity. How can they get from this topic that we are discussing tonight? So the onus is on us now to be able to sensitize all our immediate families. Let them understand what is coming. Because by the time you know it, all those that are actually being used against us, before you know, they are going to take their own children out of Nigeria to fly abroad. All they are after is their own daily bread. They can sell their brethren for just a pot of porridge. They are there. They are in the minority. They are less than 3-4%. Their factor is what is dominating the entire South Nigeria. Even though they are not popular among their people, but because they own the media, because the government is V for them, they are the one they are being used, they are the one that should grant interview, they are the one that should go on, they are the one that should be featured in every aspect of statement being made by the government, whereas the real genuine people who are really V for the people, who are having passion for the development of the region, they are at the back, gnashing their teeth in agony, in painful feelings for the entire region. So, but the problem we have now, in as much as those are being made to be voiceless because they mean well for the region, those that are actually sell out are the ones that are being used against the rest of us. And how do we prove this to those people who are less privileged to understand this? This is where we owe the duty to educate our people. Let them understand that coming. Unless we start to mobilize now, unless we start to now across the world, let the entire world understand what is coming to us. I'm telling you, things are coming to Nigeria very, very soon. And when you see all those people being imported from Niger, from Chad, from other northern border countries, I'm telling you, it is gradual overrun of Yoruba race and of the eastern part of Nigeria. If care is not taken now to make sure that we discourage this influx into Yoruba land, before we know it, it is going to be one against one, because their population will definitely overrun us as southerners in Nigeria. And many of them that you are seeing riding Okada during the daytime, riding all this Maria during the daytime, they have A47 under their bed, because all they are expecting now is the whistle to blow, please go ahead. And before you know it, everybody is dying within South Nigeria. Let us please educate our people. Let them understand. Let them be weary. Whoever is living with Fulanis as neighbors, they should be very, very weary, knowing all their moves, moving closer to them to extract information. These are fast that we have to follow. Otherwise, before we know it, the tide that is raging will consume all of us. Please, we owe it a duty as Southerners. We cannot continue to allow NEPA being used as a weapon of mass destruction. It is deliberate. No electricity is that they are frustrating us, they are bringing us to our knees. This is the fact. 60 years of independence, a fool at 60, they say it's a fool forever. If Nigeria can imagine a fool forever, why is it still existing? So we have to find a way to live our life as Southern Nigerians so that we can have a life. So let us fight today so we can live. Otherwise, if we don't fight today, the future will be in jeopardy. That's just my submission for now. So please let us arise and let us stand up to the challenge. Let us motivate people. Let us educate everybody around us that South Nigeria is on the tenterhooks. Unless God comes to our aid and we can from now try as much as possible and mobilize ourselves, we may live to regret it. Thank you.
Not getting me back. Okay, I got it back now. That was a very brilliant submission. I'm gonna give Olayo Koiki to pour out his mind as well. He's been part of everything that's going on, so he will know what to say, how to say it, and how to do it. I know Frank probably wants to say something. Uncle, will you turn your phone to landscape? Turn your phone down, please. Yeah. Put your phone on landscape for me, please, Uncle. Young man, put your phone to landscape. Like this. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
No, put your phone to landscape. Landscape. Look at the camera. Look at your phone. Let your phone be like that. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. No, not the other way around. Just across. Like that.
Good afternoon.
Let your phone be across like that. At the moment,
Okay.
like that, but let it be across. Landscape. Fantastic. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the show. Can you introduce yourself? What's your name and where are you calling from?
Okay. My name is Shadrach. I'm calling from the United States of America.
Okay. What have you
So
got to contribute, sir?
okay,
And
it's
then
not too
there's
much,
something
and
talking around behind you. Something else is talking
I
behind
mean,
you.
maybe because I was using earpiece, maybe I have to take off my earpiece. I don't know. Yeah, I did that already. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to have a very little, just like. Okay, my name is Shadrach. I'm calling from
Okay, let's do it again. Are you using a
When I
laptop?
when I
Are you using a
logged into
phone
my
in it?
Facebook, I find this program, and it's a very very vocal platform,
You may have
and
to take
seeing
off
the
the volume from
honorables
the thing.
online, they spoke well.
Uncle, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you. You're hearing yourself back. Uncle, you need to try again. Okay, we're not hearing you because the phone is echoing. It's repeating yourself to us.
I think it's got a device on there
Or do you have another
that's on
thing?
volume.
Can you
Do
hear
you have
me?
another thing with the volume? Do you have something else? How many devices are you using?
Hello?
Okay, that's fantastic. Now turn it across now.
Can you
Move your
hear
phone.
me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I think it's got a device on
Okay, now continue now.
Okay.
Go on, we can hear you.
Go on.
You all have really spoken well. You all have really spoken well. I'm really, really interested because my pain is for the liberation of Nigeria. Either Nigeria as a whole together, or Nigeria divide or Nigeria standing on its own as a divided nation. Okay, or as a nation or as a state divided, practice federalism, manage its own resources, bring it back to the federal body. But what really matters to me is the liberation of Nigeria. But there's one single thing I want to add to it. And I want to draw the example from the last presidential election that happened, where we have this very, very popular guy called Showere campaigning. He used media like Facebook, Twitter, mostly for his campaign. And every one of us that we are like digital wise, we are very, very used to internet. We heard his message. We like his message because he said many, many things that are very, very reasonable, that every reasonable person will understand where he's driving to. But it was so unfortunate when I call back home Nigeria, my country, and I asked some of my friends, some of my folks, do you know this guy called Showere? Most of them told me their reply is always like, who is Showere? They don't even know this guy. But we that we are always online, we know about this guy called Showere because he was making a lot of sense at that point of time, till this very moment. So my little contribution is that this channel is doing something great, sharing information, giving us updates every now and then. But is this platform, what is it doing to capture the generation that is already going astray? And I'm trying to refer to the youth, because when you look at Nigeria today, I know that these leaders, our leaders, are really fighting for themselves. What they care about is their family. Their political cankers always fighting for themselves. But the main focus, which is the youth of Nigeria, that should be the forefront of this fight for everything. Where are we? I know that our leader is fighting for themselves, but the youth, what are they doing? What are we doing to really capture back what are they taking away from us? I am not here to antagonize or to criticize any youth, a Nigerian youth, but if Nigeria is to be liberated, if Nigeria should be liberated, because just like I left Nigeria for more than 7-8 years now, I was in Europe for good 6 years, and I know the system. I know how things work over there. I saw things with my eyes that I never believed could happen. I saw how the youth are so participative, active role in the society, in the community, doing everything. But when it comes to Nigeria, what are the youth? What are they doing? I said if Nigeria should be liberated, because just like I left Nigeria for more than 7-8 years now. Nigeria, we need to point this message to the Nigerian youth. They are the hope of Nigeria. And if the message is not able to get to them, because not everyone in Nigeria have access to internet. Not everyone in Nigeria could subscribe to a data. Because so this message will only remain to us, we that are able to access to internet. But the main message should go to the youth in Nigeria. So what is this platform doing to get this message across to them? Because they are the real potential victim or arm to the liberation of Nigeria. If they are not satisfied, if they are not informed, if the message is not able to get to them. So I will like to tell, in my own opinion, that this channel, this platform, if they can do more to get this message across to this Nigerian, if not, the message will only remain to we on internet, not to them. That is the little contribution I want to give. I don't want to criticize this president, because we know them, but we have to fight for ourselves, the youth of Nigeria. We are the real. The way I see it, I stand to be corrected, but the way I see the situation in Nigeria, the youth are the real problem, because we are not on the way. Every Nigerian youth now, at 6 years old now, is already online. I don't want to mention the name. You know what I'm talking about. Already on the computer. Education abandoned. When you tell a Nigerian youth,
okay, gentlemen,
let's fight for our nation.
I thank you for your contribution. Your contribution makes a lot of sense to us.
Let's stand together. Let's speak with one voice. they think you are not making sense because the society have already made us look like baboons when you see the light. And the Nigerian media has been defeated. We all know that. And this is the only platform we could use to air out our voice.
Okay, thank you very much, young man. I really appreciate your contribution. It's been well taken on board. I'm gonna go for another caller quickly, who is actually waiting here now. What I've done before, I took the facility to call off before, but as soon as I put it back on, the calls start coming in. Okay, you know what we need to do? How do we need to inform people? That is what I want you to do now. What can you do to inform the next man so that the next man can tell the next man? From the caller now, anybody that call now, I don't want to have no blaming game anymore. Tell me what we need to do, what you can do yourself to inform the next man about this campaign, about what we're doing, about what we're talking about, so that they can be well informed. Tell them to go to these pages. Tell them to go to Simon Ekpa's page. Tell them to go to Frank Bello's page. Tell them to go to Yomi Koiki's page. Tell them to go to Heritage page so that they can be well informed. Yeah? I'm going to take this caller quickly. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Hello, caller?
Okay, is that me?
That's you, sir. That's you, sir. What's your name and where you calling from?
I've been... Okay, this is Obin Nankani Juku calling from Meeting. Yeah. I've been following this program, the what you are doing, and there is something I want to achieve that will help this program precisely. You know, the condition Africa's Nigeria is now is a very critical, and we are looking for a way out of this mess which we are now. And when you look at it from the government of Nigeria in time past till this current situation now, there haven't been when Nigeria worked. There haven't been when. Do you understand? And currently we are at the point of looking a way that Nigeria will disintegrate. We are not talking about how Nigeria, that name, Nigeria, how it will stop existing, how it will end. Because that is the root of the problem. There are ruling cabals, there are ruling class of people of Nigeria who are benefiting who has been benefiting from ruling the country to their own interest. And when somebody like the last callers, that brother that came in was mentioning something, he made mention of Chowole, that Chowole has a good motive and how he wants to, bring Nigeria to a new phase that will benefit the whole regions. And unless we don't want to tell ourselves the truth, their great-grandfather has been an affair of that country. You never allow such a person to come up in that country. And why are we deceiving ourselves? Trying to knock shoulder with them, trying to paint word. It means we are hiding something in our heart. Let me tell you, better we tell ourselves the truth, because this is one of the things the Biafrans are scared of. Do you understand? The Igbos of today are scared of, because Igbo person knows what they want. Do you understand? If they don't care, they don't mind who is there or who they want to favor with the federal government of Nigeria. No. What we want from day one is what we stand for. Do you understand? We are not playing, we are not ready for whatever, if not what we keep hammering to the ears of everybody. And then there was somebody who called this program who said, yes, Oduduwa Republic need a strong voice. That is what they need in this particular time. And that strong voice is not a strong voice that will begin to make mention of the whole region need regional federation or whatever. No.
We are not talking about anything concerning Nigeria, its system, its governance, whatever anything that relates to Nigeria. No, it is Oduduwa Republic, and Oduduwa will go on and govern themselves, and then we can partner as a neighboring country. That okay, for example, there is maybe they need let's assume in Biafra need economically assist from the Oduduwa, and they can go there, make a deal agreement that will benefit them. This Oduduwa to invest or Biafra to invest on Oduduwa. That's the only way. That is the only thing. We are not talking about confederation or whatever in Nigeria using the same name of that
because
Nigeria.
I have so many other people waiting, I'm going to have to stop you there. Otherwise, we're not going to go anywhere today. I really appreciate your contribution, and I really thank you for being part of this program today. Tomorrow is another day. We're going to come back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Guys, we're going to be finishing soon.
All right. Thank you so much.
But before we go, I want Yomi to pour out his mind because he's angry that he's not been able to speak. Go ahead, Uncle Yomi.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so what in my conclusion,
Yomi, go ahead, sir.
Is that for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, I didn't catch the question.
I said I want you to pour up your mic. We're going to be rounding up. So
okay, I think the problem has been you can see that there's a lot of people out there that have really been looking for opportunity like this to even come out, and I mean I can just imagine if there was no Facebook, how do people vest all this anger out? Because I mean you go on different platforms, you see I think we've got about over 5,231 comments. So let's just close our eyes and say if there was nothing like Facebook or nothing like where we can even write a comment, somebody else can read it. It shows that there has been anger within the country, and this anger has been built in or has been something that has been built for a very long time, from generation to generation. And we were all just waiting for one opportunity, and I think Mark Zubiger has been able to do that for us by allowing us to have this other, medium to express ourselves. I mean, if we all play back, as far back as in the 60s, 70s, when we only have a particular media that sometimes you don't even hear what they're saying because there's also a voiceover. I mean, I only got to understand that at some point that, why is this individual not saying anything? But it was just a voiceover because they didn't want us to hear what they were saying. But one thing I could say is we can only continue to engage. But the big question that has, from my own opinion is, to those from the eastern part of the country to continue to say, the Oduduwa, must come up with somebody. I think, that is the opinion of the Oduduwa. I don't think that it will be an opinion from those from the eastern part of the country to really push the Oduduwa on how and when and what and how they want to implement their own Oduduwa. I mean, yes, you could do yours, and you have been doing that, from what Nnamdi Kanu has been putting out there. But it will not be something for you to really ask or push, the Oduduwa, to go align the way you are doing it. Everybody has a strategy. I mean, even as myself and Heritage, we are media partner. My big brother there, Frank Bello, that I was able to look back at one of his videos that he did in 2017, April 30, when he spoke about referendum. And I sat down, listened to that video. Everybody has different strategy. Even some of those mainstream media that we talk about, they have their own strategy. So you cannot really say we have to bring somebody out, to represent us. No, let's leave that to the Oduduwa to decide. And when the time comes, maybe if they have to walk along with you, then that is fine. And on the other note, I think what the social media has been able to do is by really engaging us, which I like. And I think Heritage, what I'll also put out to you is maybe by time to time, let us have a poll where this poll might run maybe for a week, and we ask some of these questions, and that question will not just vote for those living in Europe, also those back in Nigeria. Because as much as a lot of us sit back in Europe and we say we want to break the country, or you don't want this country to be together, do we really also sample the opinions of people at home? I'm not saying that the opinion doesn't align with us, but some of the opinions that we are also, saying outside might be different, because maybe they prefer this Amala politics that has been going on, because some of them are just sitting down underneath some of these politicians and enjoying it. And before I go back to you in the studio, I remember we were on ground during the election, and I was in one of these very rural polling units. And the moment we got there, I'm sure maybe for the years they've been having election, they've never seen a media coming into that rural area. They were shocked in the first place, but when they were told that we are only from an observer, we've got nothing to do with whatever money they were sharing, because you could tell definitely there was no election happening there. But then they now wanted to start telling us their problem. And I said inside myself, you can't tell me your problem, because your problem is you've already collected money in the first place. But maybe if we have gone there in advance before that election, we could have solved that problem. There's a lot of the rural community that doesn't have access to some of what we are discussing here. And like you've said, Heritage, some of those messages then has to be taken by myself, to my family in Ilaro, to those in Abia, to those in Enugu, to really sample and say, Heritage is saying this on their platform with Simon Ekpa, with Frank Bello, and maybe they must start aligning with us. But I'll say it again, that is my own opinion. Let's leave the Odudua and let them do the way they want to do it, but it is not unto any other region to tell them or push them and say, you have to do it this way because we are doing it this way. Because like I said, even Boris Johnson have his own strategy on how we're going to come out of this COVID-19. I'll go back straight to you in the studio.
Great, fantastic opinion. Ladies and gentlemen of people watching us, wherever you're watching us from, I really, really, really appreciate your call. I cannot thank you more than this, because you've been very, very fantastic. We're going to be closing, because that's going to make it 4 hours that we've been online. We started at 8:30 and we're finishing at 12:30. Guys, I need to say thank you for people that stick with us from the beginning to the end. You are even very, very patriotic citizen of your respective upcoming nation. I really thank you. And for people who sat all the way through. Frank Bello, did you stand up to go to the toilet for 4 hours?
Yeah, when I'm not full screen.
Yeah. What about Fatai Okuribido?
I was watching the screen.
Yeah, I think I did see Fatai. The Yomi is the man that always makes things happen in a way that amazes me. It's just there.
You mean some of the comments?
No. You are never
Okay.
angry. You just want to push for things to happen in the right direction.
He's a very cool boy. I mean, he retains his coolness most of the time.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everyone cannot be Frank Bello. That's why I said everybody's different, And the most important thing is, like I keep saying, if we have, and it's good that we are communicating. I've read some of the comment. You don't have to agree with our opinion sometimes, but again, let us appreciate that we have a platform where we can all conjure together and speak out. Because, like I keep saying, those mainstream media will never say and give you this opportunity that we are giving you. I was at number 10 Downing Street. Out of the 11 journalists there, I was the only black person there. And if we don't sacrifice, we will never get what we want. And we can continue to shout and shout. Part of that sacrifice is what Heritage is doing. Frank Bello is doing. Oguribido is doing. And the others as well. And even those of you that are watching, is part of the sacrifice.
Yeah.
But one thing is, we must all put a strategy to be able to win the war with this COVID-19.
Great. Thank you very much, Alayo Mekoki. Listen, gentlemen, don't forget, hit the like button on this
Yeah,
page.
I think, Mr. Moderator, I think I want to quickly buttress
Okay, go ahead.
a very quick point that
Go ahead.
Koiki highlighted. Can I quickly highlight on that point?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah. Yomi Koiki said something about electronic voting. I think Heritage TV, I think the platform is in a better position to actually throw in an electronic voting on referendum to all Nigerians. And I think this can be opened for a week, starting from, if possible, tomorrow morning, declare it open tomorrow, and then by Friday next week, we get the overall results that will be announced. Perhaps that will probably go a long way towards achieving our dreams, because it is an indication that Biafrans, Ududua Republic, are voting electronically online on Heritage TV for a referendum. So that will be legitimate, and we can present that as a case for our argument, even at the UN. Maybe you want to be at the forefront of this, to throw in electronic voting on referendum.
We'll work on that one as from tomorrow. But we will have to advertise it first before we push it out. Because if you don't advertise it for by week, that is gonna start. If you just start tomorrow, by the time we close, some people doesn't realize it's going on. So
yeah, maybe we run an ad campaign for a week, starting as from tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the referendum floor will be declared open as from 6 o'clock, maybe Friday, or depending on the time that you want to make up. And then it will run through the whole week, and then the following Friday we get the results. I'm not, maybe I'm making sense or not.
You're making a lot of sense. You're making a lot of sense. So what we're gonna do again is that, I don't know, maybe we should do this every week, every Friday, what we did today. Bring different teams from the two sides together, so that we can actually talk about things, because it will unite us. I want us to unite to fight the enemy. We can only unite to fight the enemy. Because remember, a lot of people said Yoruba and Igbos are not enemies. They're not enemies at all. But we have to unite to fight this common enemy. Every European country is now uniting to fight COVID-19, because they caught COVID-19 their common enemy. So we know these people up north in the zoo called Nigeria are our common enemy as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, for that, any last word by any chance?
Thank you very much tonight. Well done. Yes, Mr. Frambelo, thank you very much for that suggestion. Honestly, I was just thinking along that line, and I was just waiting for the moderator to finish before I come up with it. And the way I thought about it was, we should try and open 2 pages of referenda, whichever, either to ask our people for about 3 months of continuous voting. Because through the 3 months, we can always reach every telephone number that we can reach, both here, America, Nigeria, and across the world. And when we open that page, we just transfer the page to everybody, that they should sign it, that the first one has to be whether we have to stand as Odudua Nation, and if every Yoruba-blooded person across the world assent to that and support it, they should sign it on. Then the second one should be the unification of Biafra and Odudua Nation. So if we make it 2 or 3 options of voting, that is going to be, so that for those 3 months, we are going to be having rigorous sort of campaign towards it, that everybody is going to be touched, both here and in Nigeria and across the world. So that was what I was thinking, and eventually Frank just hit it on the nail, and I'm so happy about that. So let's just give that a try and see how we can start it off. 1 week will be too short. We won't be able to reach the audience that we wanted to reach, but for 3 months continuously, it's going to gain ground, and I know it's going to really shake the world, that at least Yoruba Nation is trying to have a referendum through a media that is Europe based.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Olayomiko Ike, should I leave your sum up again, or you want to say something to what you've already said?
Now, just one thing is let us appreciate that Heritage TV is there to allow us to be part of the program. And we continue to say thank you very much for the hard work that you're doing, and also to all my other big brothers that have been contributing. Throughout last night, I was enjoying it. I didn't know I was going to be part of the program today, and I've really enjoyed it as well. And for those that, I mean, we continue to do what we can do. Not everybody will be able to do it, but we will do what we can do. But we also need the support of each and every one of you when you come in, share the page, let us educate ourselves. And I mean, you've been able to also bring them online, which is good thing. So people can join. I've seen people that have called in. People want to really say something. And I think that is the beauty of engagement. We are not all going to agree or disagree, but I think we all know where we are going. Just like anyone, my family suffers in Nigeria and they're still suffering. And the best option is we must find a lasting solution, to this problem. And I think that will be my last, summation. That was coming from me. It's not from the. Okay, it was coming from me. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I think that will be last from me. But we'll be back again another day, another time.
Frank Willow, you want to add something, or you want to say goodnight?
Yes, I think I just want to round up because I picked up two things along the line, and I just want to conclude on those. The very first one was a comment posted by someone that Biafra and Ududua will become a good neighbor. I think I quite honestly understand the angle or the point at which that comment is coming from. Perhaps that is based on the fact that I still insist and I believe that I am particularly interested in that struggle for an Ududua Republic, and the Biafran Republic are at the forefront of their own struggle. Yes, we can meet halfway to liberate ourselves, but I think there should be a clear distinction because even though if the two fight together, I am still of the opinion that the language that we speak in Yoruba language, that Yoruba language is is going to be our strength, and that is going to be a uniting factor between us. So I will leave the issue of Biafra to the East for them to actually fight that struggle. But as for me, I am not going to change my mind. Nothing is going to change my mind from actually fighting the Odudua cause. If Biafra wants an assistance, to which I know they've said it time over time that they don't really need the Odudua Republic to fight their case. Now, I am not interested to fight the Biafran case either. I'm only interested in Odudua Republic. And then coming to the Nigerian media that Mr. Ogunlebido touched on. Now, from the angle at which Nnamdi Kanu has been actually attacking the Yoruba media, to which I've actually given a breakdown in the analysis that a lot of people that perhaps was not visible to a lot of people, and they're not really looking at the state of the Nigerian media from the angle at which I have perceived it, because I'm a publisher. And I know exactly the angle at which I have attacked that issue. Now, coming to the Nigerian media, Mr. Ogunlebido was right in summarizing that a lot of our journalists in Nigeria, they've been bought. I witnessed it, even in Babangida's house. Many of those journalists that were given, goodies bag in, when Babangida clocked 70, to which I witnessed, and I was looking at them the way they were collecting 100,000 naira. Many of those journalists, and eventually Aisha Babangida said, Mr. Bello, no, move away from here. These guys are not your class. You are dealing with my father at the highest level. You are not in the same class as this one. Can you imagine Aisha Babangida saying I'm not in the same class, but at the same time, they are journalists. I'm a journalist. I'm a publisher. The only difference is that I've got my own magazine. They work for some of the publishing houses, and it's like they've been given that money to write good stuff. But in fact, despite the fact that they collected the 100,000 naira, some of them came. Oh, they said, "Oh, I have my children's school fees to pay, so I need this money." That is how they've messed up the Nigerian journalism field. It's very bad. It's terrible. I've witnessed it. So Mr. Ogunlibido was right because he was right because they've been bought. Journalists, they've been bought. It is only in Nigeria that you find out that you meet a journalist, you give a journalist about maybe 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira to write bad stuff about Frank Bello or Fatai Ogunlibido or Olayomi Koiki or Ade Thomas. They will do it because they've been bribed. They've been paid. These are the bad elements that Nnamdi Kanu is particularly referring to in our journalism. So on that note, I will end it and I'll say, as for Frank Bello, I strongly believe in my struggle for Ududua Republic. I'm not going to change my mind. I hardly change my mind. I want the Biafrans to fight their own cause on their own. I want to fight and I want to liberate Ududua Republic. Nothing is going to change my mind. Perhaps the referendum that I've just put up, maybe we can walk along that line to which we will carry if the Biafrans want to be carried on in the referendum, for them to choose if they want their own Biafra, and for us to separate Ududua Republic from their own nation. Fine, but I think we can carry out that. I'm ready. Look, if we have to work with the Biafrans on the referendum, the electronic referendum votings, yes, the Biafrans will cast their own vote, and there will be a section for the Ududua Republic. This is a good starting point. I'm ready to work alongside with them. But to realize Ududua, or for us to match the two protectorates together, that is not going to work for me. And I'm not going to be part and parcel of that. Let each and every region stay on its own. So on this note, I'll hand over back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you. On behalf of everybody in the studio tonight and everybody online and everybody watching and everybody doing one thing or the other, on behalf of everybody that calling, on behalf of everybody that click, that shares, that comments, on behalf of the one that even facilitate this big program, just Noah, I want to say a very big thank you to everybody. And guys, don't have nightmare, sleep tight, and see you tomorrow, same time, 8 o'clock. Good night.